And Kurt reminded us that today is St. Patrick's Day, so happy St. Patrick's Day to all of you. I'd like to thank you for being here and to the public who is online as well. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'd like to call the Friday, March 17th, 2023 Commission meeting to order. I live in Langlois on the Kurt reminded us that today is St. Patrick's Day, so happy St. Patrick's Day to all of you.
It's Jill Zarnowitz, and I live near the town of Yamhill on the Willamette
I'd like to
Valley.
thank you for being here and to the public who is online as well. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'd like to call the Friday, March 17th, 2023 Commission meeting to order.
Good morning, Dr. Leslie King, representing Portland and Hood River, 3rd Congressional District. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Khalil, online.
Hi, Dr. Kathy and Khalil, Portland, Oregon.
Thank you, everyone. It looks like we have a relatively short meeting today, and we do have an executive session at the end. I think we'll just have the director and then Michelle introduce themselves as well.
Sure. Good morning. I'm Kurt Melcher. I'm the director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Welcome to our St. Patrick's Day meeting. Michelle.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Tate with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm here today to help the commission and the director hold this meeting in a hybrid model. Things seem to be going well technically, but I do ask for patience if we do encounter technical problems. Thank you.
Okay.
With the director's report.
Thank you, Chair Wall, and good morning. We do have a number of items on the director's report for you today. We provided the field reports in written form and happy to answer any questions you all might have on those. Deputy Director Hearn, I believe, is in the room here somewhere. There she is. Is going to provide you with our monthly expenditure report and update on several other budget-related items.
Thank you, Director Melcher, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the committee, Shannon Hearn, Deputy Director for Administration. In your packet, you do have the written financial report. I'll hit the highlights for you. For the month ending January 31st, 2023, ODFW's unrestricted cash balance finished at $59.2 million, and restricted cash came in at $53.8 million for a total of $113 million in total ending balance. This represents a $15 million decrease in unrestricted cash and a $5.3 million increase in restricted cash from the prior month. Some of the primary factors for that are we're adjusting to the DAS Workday payroll system, which was implemented in December. The majority of staff time that went in for December and January was not cost coded to the program accounts. Unassigned payroll is withdrawn from unrestricted cash, temporarily putting a downward pressure on that unrestricted cash. So conversely, because they didn't get cost coded correctly, we saw the dedicated cash jump up by $5 million due to that lack of them going the right direction. So we still have approximately $7 million in December and January payroll amounts unassigned to program cost codes. We are working through those and getting them reassigned. The agency is also taking steps to reassign December and January payroll cost codes. And while they're doing that, implementing a standard cost code assignment for each employee in February. And they're doing that by reviewing about a 6-month time period and determining where most frequently they cost coded their time, and then assigning that as a standard cost code, which they will then have to change if that's not correct for the month. Compounding this issue, just so happened, we've mentioned a lot of volatility in our ending balance. So happened that we had 3 payments go out to OSP all in the month of January, which totaled $3.9 million. So this will trend itself out over the year, and we're correcting it. A quick update on the governor's recommended budget. We are up in the Joint Ways and Means Subcommittee on Natural Resources on Monday and Tuesday, presenting on the governor's recommended budget. And then Wednesday is reserved for public testimony related to the agency's budget bill, which is House Bill 5509. The hearings have been posted on the Oregon Legislative Information System, so I don't anticipate there'll be a change to schedule, but there is always a possibility, and they'll update their schedule as soon as they modify it. And then I did note the next ODFW Audit Committee is March 22nd, so that's next week. And the internal auditor is finalizing her review of the audit of the controlled hunt draw process. And that concludes our report.
Thank you. Question?
Yes. Chair Wall.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Shannon. Can you hear me? Okay. Am I making any sound?
I can hear you, but you don't seem to be picked up from the mic.
Yeah. No. Okay. Should I try this one?
Yeah.
Okay. My question is, I realize next week is the meeting about the budget. And I guess when we have our meeting in April, will you tell us what has happened, or will we get a report as to the results of all of the legislative goings on?
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner King, thank you. We could give you an update. There won't be much to update you on, though. After we give our budget hearing presentation, it's really this period of time between April, May, and then June at the fine, where the Legislative Fiscal Office is working on our budget the same way the Chief Financial Office was working on our budget, where there isn't a lot of insight into what's happening other than questions and comments we're getting. So the next true update we plan is August, after we get that legislatively approved budget and we have some time to digest it.
Okay.
Yeah.
A quick question, Shannon. Thank you for the report. The 3 payments to OSP, was that also the payroll glitches, or was there something else that was?
Yeah, Chair Wall, good question. No, that is just our standard allocations out to OSP. It just happened that all 3 payments we were providing just hit in January. Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't see other things.
Okay,
thank you.
thank you, Shannon. Next up then, commissioners, we'll have Dr. Rachel Wheat, and she'll be giving you an update on our Oregon Connectivity Assessment and Mapping Project, also known as OCAMP. And this is under our standing Adapting to Climate and Ocean Change report. Dr. Wheat.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Director Melcher, members of the commission, good morning. Director Rachel Wheat, Wildlife Connectivity Coordinator. I'm going to be talking today about some ongoing work the department has been doing with the Oregon Connectivity Assessment and Mapping Project, and the results from that work, which is an interconnected network of priority wildlife connectivity areas for the state that we will be using for planning and integrating into our processes. So an outline of the talk that I'm going to give this morning. First and foremost, we'll just go over a background of why connected habitats are important for wildlife. I'll give a brief overview of the Oregon Connectivity Assessment and Mapping Project methods and background, and then step into talking about the results of the priority wildlife connectivity areas, and then talk a little bit about how we're going to be implementing those results, and then how anyone who's interested can access the data. So barriers to animal movement is one of 7 key conservation issues outlined within the Oregon Conservation Strategy. Now, key conservation issues are state-level threats to wildlife and their habitats. And we see this reflected on the landscape in a number of different ways. I think the most prominent touchstone for most people is transportation. I wouldn't question without a doubt that almost everyone has experienced roadkill in some form while driving. But this issue extends well beyond the transportation realm. Really, any type of land use change can affect the ability of an animal to move throughout the environment. And that includes things like rural and residential development, energy siting, resource extraction. All those things can have an impact. Additionally, connected habitats are the most frequently proposed strategy to aid wildlife in adapting to changing climates. So it's really a key input that we want to consider when we're planning for climate change. And there's really 3 categories where connectivity has a benefit for wildlife. First and foremost, connected habitats allow wildlife to fulfill their life history strategies, to access food, water, shelter, to disperse into new territories, to find access to mates, access to habitat to give birth and to raise young. So all those things that animals need to do on a daily or seasonal basis, connected habitats help wildlife fulfill those needs. On a broader timescale, we can look at things like long-term persistence with gene flow between populations, preventing inbreeding and bottlenecking, long-term persistence of biodiversity. But it's really this middle category, this adaptation category, where we can affect the most change. And that's allowing wildlife to adapt to changing landscape conditions. Now, this is all those things mentioned on the previous slide: development, energy siting, resource extraction, transportation. But it also allows wildlife to adapt to natural disasters, things like wildfire and drought. Additionally, as mentioned, having connected habitats allows wildlife to adapt to changing climate conditions. So as the climate changes, we expect that wildlife are going to need to move to access more tolerable temperatures, to access food resources and water, and having connected habitats will allow wildlife to do that. One of the things that we want to do is to try to plan for the way that we do development and the way that we site new energy structures and so forth in a way that minimizes or mitigates the impacts of that development on wildlife connectivity. So we really need to find a way to do development in a way that minimizes the impact to wildlife connectivity. And in order to do that, the first question we need to ask ourselves is, where are the most important areas on the landscape for wildlife connectivity? And that was the question that we set out to answer in the Oregon Connectivity Assessment and Mapping Project. This was a 3-year effort that we initiated in 2019 and just finished in December of 2022. Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife led this effort in close collaboration with Portland State University and Samara Group. And this is the high-level project workflow for this project. So those colorful boxes that you see on the screen represent each kind of high-level project milestone that we stepped through from left to right to complete this work. The first step in this process was identifying surrogate species. These species were selected using input from almost 100 species experts, biologists, and practitioners throughout Oregon, from universities, nonprofit groups, the agency, other state and federal management agencies, and consulting groups. And these species were selected to represent a wide diversity of habitat associations, structural habitat characteristics, as well as a wide diversity of taxa, life history strategies, movement capabilities, and sensitivity to different types of anthropogenic threat, like climate change. Here you can see pictured the 54 species that we selected for this effort. We chose 23 mammals, 16 birds, 8 amphibians, 4 reptiles, and 3 invertebrates to represent the diverse association of habitats in the state. And you can see here we have everything represented from small-bodied wildlife like bushy-tailed wood rat and Oregon slender salamander, all the way up to our large-bodied habitat generalists like mule deer and elk. For each of these species, we then used a variety of spatial data to represent their habitat needs in a model. We then validated those models, first through species expert review. So we had all of our species experts take a look at the models and evaluate how well they thought the models represented habitat use. And then we followed that up with formal statistical validation to ensure that the models were as accurate as possible. Those models then serve as the foundation for a landscape resistance-based connectivity model, which showed us areas on the landscape where we expected more or less movement for each species. Oh, there it goes. We then went through a prioritization process to identify the most important areas on the landscape for facilitating connectivity for each species. Okay, that makes more sense. We took the priorities from all 54 species, the top 1% of priorities, and composite those all together, and then we linked them. And when we linked those priorities together, we took climate factors into consideration, such as projected climate refugia and stream permanence. And then we selected our final priority wildlife connectivity areas using grid of 40-acre hexagons. Now, we use 40-acre hexagons to match some of our existing spatial products, such as our conservation opportunity areas. So this is just to have a consistent format across our products that we develop.
Rachel, just before you go on, will you go back to the compositing and just say again what that was?
Sure, Chair Wall. We pulled out the top 1% of priority areas from each species connectivity model and stacked them all together. And that was the foundation of this priority wildlife connectivity areas network. And then we needed to join those areas together because some were discontiguous and we want to have an interconnected network. And so in joining them, we took into consideration other factors such as climate change and prioritized linkages between those priority areas using things like stream permanence. So streams that are expected to be permanent under future climate scenarios, we prioritize those as linkages between those priority areas of this priority wildlife. And the final product from this work is an interconnected network of priority wildlife connectivity areas, which you can see here.
It's your favorite thing. One commissioner's favorite map.
The black areas that you see on the screen are those priority wildlife connectivity areas, and those purple polygons represent GAP status 1 lands. Now, we did not include GAP status 1 lands within our priority wildlife connectivity area network. Those GAP status 1 lands are things like designated wilderness areas and Crater Lake National Park. And we chose not to include those areas because those are already under the highest level of protection possible in the state. And with designated wildlife areas, don't really undergo any type of habitat management. So this tool is intended to focus conservation effort in the areas of the state where it's going to be most effective for protecting, enhancing, restoring wildlife connectivity. And we elected to exclude these GAP status 1 lands because there's not really a lot of work that can occur within those areas since they're already really well protected. The network of priority wildlife connectivity areas that you see in black covers about 25% of the state's area. And there's more than 53% overlap with our priority wildlife connectivity areas and land managed by state or federal agencies. Now, that does not mean that 47% of the priority wildlife connectivity areas overlap with private lands. That does not factor into consideration other types of protected land or tribal land, for example, that's just land managed by state or federal agencies. These PWCAs represent the parts of Oregon that have the highest overall value for facilitating wildlife movement. These areas are not species specific, although they were developed from those 54 species individual connectivity models. Again, each of those species was selected as a surrogate to represent habitat structural characteristics or habitat association with the goal of representing wildlife connectivity for the state as a whole. The other thing that I think is important to mention is that other areas that are not included in this network are still important. Again, this tool really represents the top 1% of priorities across our surrogate species. And so there are going to be plenty of locations throughout the state that still have quality habitat, that are still important for facilitating wildlife connectivity, and that could still benefit from conservation work. They just didn't make the cut for this top 1% of priorities. Now, at the statewide scale, it visually looks as if most of these areas overlap rural parts of the state. But if we zoom into Portland, for example, you can see here we have not excluded the importance of our developed areas. We have numerous partners that are doing tremendous work within our urban areas, and we don't want to discount those. And so, of course, we've identified priority wildlife connectivities in those areas as well. And this could serve as a tool for those that are working in more developed environments. As far as implementation goes, the key use of this tool is, again, to identify those priority areas on the landscape for enhancement, for restoration of habitat, for protection of habitat, and for identifying areas for transportation mitigation to continue to help wildlife move across the landscape and to adapt to things like changing climate conditions. We can also use this tool to develop technical guidance and best management practices for our staff and our partners. We can use this tool to help implement our department policies, such as our climate and ocean change policy and our wildlife habitat mitigation policy. And we will be using this information when we go through the next revision of the strategy coming up in the next few years. We have developed an Oregon Wildlife Connectivity Implementation Plan that wraps up some of that information into 8 priority actions that we're intending to take over the next 5 years to integrate this work into ODFW's strategies, plans, processes, and operations. And that plan, that wildlife connectivity implementation plan, is slated to be reviewed and updated every 5 years to ensure that this connectivity information is continually used. Additionally, the department has a legislative mandate that came out of a House bill that was passed during the 2019 legislative session, House Bill 2834, or the Wildlife Corridors Act. ODFW was mandated to complete the work that we had initiated with the Oregon Connectivity Assessment and Mapping Project and use that to develop a wildlife corridor action plan. Now, that wildlife corridor action plan is intended to preserve long-term habitat connectivity for wildlife in the state and to provide benchmarks for all state agencies for the designation and protection of wildlife corridors. The Priority Wildlife Connectivity Area Network will serve as the foundation for that plan. We're working on writing that now and hope to have a draft available by this spring. And that draft will undergo a public commentary period. Within that bill, there's also some language that specifies that the Wildlife Corridor Action Plan should be revisited on a 5-year timeline as well. Last thing to touch on here is data access. So we are working as hard as we can to get these products available for public release. We have the data now. We are happy to share it with anyone who wants to use it, but it's not quite ready to host online yet. So we are continually working on getting that ready. So ideally by the summer, we will have first and foremost a basic layer of the priority wildlife connectivity areas added to Compass. And for those that are less familiar with Compass, that is ODFW's online mapping tool. That tool hosts a variety of spatial information that the department has put together as well as other partners. I highly recommend that you all go check it out. But we will be adding the priority wildlife connectivity areas to that specifically under the key conservation issue of barriers to animal movement. We're also working on developing a custom public web map that's a little bit more robust and has some associated reporting tools that will make it easier for our partners to use. And we're hoping to be able to embed that within the Oregon Conservation Strategy site. We'll of course have the underlying GIS data available for download for those that work in GIS environments themselves. And we'll have a complete project report that goes over the methods of the project and everything that we did along the way to develop this information. But in the interim, if anyone is interested in accessing this information, I encourage them to reach out to me by email. I'm happy to share the information in advance. If anyone's working on a specific project, let me know what you need and I can get that information to you. Overall, we're really enthusiastic about this project. We're excited to have this product now. It's a key input for planning for climate change and for some of this other conservation work that the state is going to be doing. And so we're really looking forward to getting this out.
Thank you. We have questions popping up already. So let's go with Vice Chair Zarnowitz and then Commissioner Labhart and then Commissioner King.
Yeah, this is really exciting to see what's being done. And I really appreciate your very good presentation and what's happening. I have a couple questions. In looking at those maps, it looked like all of the priority areas were basically circling the state edges and left a big gap in the middle of Oregon on the east side in particular. So just looking at the black dots as opposed to the lines. So that's I guess the 1% didn't fall into those areas.
Vice Chair Zonowitz, Chair Wall, that's correct.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there probably are some lower priority areas that fall within the top 25% that would fall within those sites. But we had to focus on the top 1% of priorities.
And I guess how many species are left out of the top 1%?
Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Chair Wall, every species top 1% of priorities was extracted independently. And then we included all species priorities in that model.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's all I have, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I'll jump in also and thank you for this work. There was more than just the department that worked on OCAMP. Could you briefly talk about who else were the stakeholders and interest groups that worked on this? I know it's a long list, but I think we ought to recognize the efforts that others put into this also.
Absolutely. Commissioner Labhart, Chair Wall, As Commissioner Lockhart mentioned, there were a tremendous number of individuals from all groups representing everything from within ODFW to other state and federal management agencies to consulting groups, nonprofits, conservation organizations, sportsmen's groups that participated in things like species selection, in reviewing draft maps and models, in reviewing the priority wildlife connectivity areas, and in providing information on the tools that practitioners need to make the best available use of this data. And so we had tribal representation, Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde and Burns Paiute Tribe. We had, of course, the Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, U.S. Geological Survey. We had individuals from Oregon State University and the University of Oregon, obviously Portland State University, with whom we worked very closely. We had individuals from Oregon Hunters Association and Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. We had a number of consulting groups, such as Stantec and NCASI, the National Council for Air and Street Improvement. We had, oh boy, I think I tallied it up, and it was something like almost 100 organizations and often multiple staff from those organizations. So we had, it was certainly well over 100 individuals that work within the conservation realm or the wildlife realm within Oregon participated in developing this work.
Okay, thank you. And I know, I see Mike Tody in the audience here from OHA, so I recognize him for his work on this program. But as you said, there's a lot of folks out there that put a lot of effort into this. And so I'm just also over the moon excited about this project. You know, one of the big advantages that I see as counties update their comprehensive plan, this will be a key factor in putting together where development is going to occur and not occur. And when we have a high priority wildlife connectivity area, we're dealing with that in Deschutes County right now, where they're updating a portion of their comprehensive plan related to this. And of course, it's controversial, but this is a huge benefit and tool in the toolbox for county planners to recognize that wildlife connectivity is as important as anything else out there. And so it's going to be a very valuable tool to use, I think, for counties to put this together. And as you know, and a number of people know, I'm on a pretty high horse about wildlife connectivity, and particularly connectivity across highways, and how many animals we lose each year to migration routes across major highways that we don't have underpasses, overpasses, fencing, those kind of things. Oregon trails, I think most of the other states, in terms of connectivity across state highways. The number I keep hearing is 8,000 mule deer are killed each year on state highways. That doesn't include county highways, doesn't include private roads. And we've got to do something about that. And there's a group out there that is pretty hyped up about it, as well as me, about I want to stay at the 50,000 foot level and try to, work with Pew Trust and others to try to secure funding for these projects, and partnership with various groups to provide funding so that we can reduce the number of fatalities that occur, and this connectivity of where these mule deer and elk and frogs and wherever that are crossing these highways, if we know where that is and we can prioritize that. And I know there's a group working on that right now. I'm going to attend a meeting in April in Deschutes County that's going to show me, take a tour of where some of the projects are being proposed in Deschutes County. But it's a big deal for me personally, and I think I'm going to see you in Tucson. I think you're giving a speech down there at the Pew Trust Western States program, so I'm looking forward to that. And I know ODOT's sending their connectivity person down there also. So finally, Oregon's going to get a stronger voice, in my opinion, about addressing some of these issues that are happening in other states where they're way ahead of us in terms of projects like this. And so this effort is just starting that process, and I just can't thank you enough for the work for you and the others who put into this. So I'm pretty hyped up about where I think it's going to go in a real positive direction. So thank you for your work on this. Oh, one other question, sorry. Will the Wildlife Corridor Action Plan, and maybe this is a question for Brian, is that going to come before the commission, or is there any kind of approval process that we need to give to that or endorse it, or is it just part of the House bill that is approved?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Lockhart. Dr. Wheat might be better one to answer that, but I'm pretty certain this is going to come before you to take a look at as part of our process.
Okay. You're nodding yes to? Okay. I wasn't sure. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I just wasn't sure whether it was going to be approved at the commission level or it's approved at the department level or where it's approved at. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I will go, but I want you to make sure, please don't forget our voice in the sky there. Because I know we forgot her last time and I thought I was hearing voices, but anyway. But thank you for your presentation, Rachel. It's great to know and learn more and see all the hard work and all the partners. And I think partially my question's been answered is now that we have all this, and this is amazing data, how are we going to use it? Or what are we using it for? Or are certain groups asking for it? As my colleague to my left, who has a huge congressional district, she calls mine the Band-Aid district, the little weird little strip. Because her district is huge. We're small but mighty. So my question is, like, for example, like we talked about frogs and the Harborton Frog Shuttle, which we saw on our tour of Portland. Is that somewhere where something like this is going to be used? And or are there examples or how or why or who's going to access the data? You know, kind of, we have all this, like, what are next steps? Like, what's now happening?
Absolutely. Chair Wall, Commissioner King, we see this information being utilized in a variety of different ways. I think the Harborton Frog Shuttle is a good example. That area where we see a large number of frog mortalities in Linton outside of Portland on US 30 does fall within a priority wildlife connectivity area. And we're hoping that the stakeholder groups that are engaged in that effort can leverage that in funding opportunities. So using that as a resource when they're applying for funding to say, look, this area is within a priority wildlife connectivity area for wildlife in Oregon. This is a critical site for facilitating wildlife movement. So not only do we have a major issue with frog mortalities, this is a critical linkage for wildlife movement on the landscape. Similarly, in other realms of transportation mitigation, we're working very closely with the Oregon Department of Transportation to identify those locations where priority wildlife connectivity areas intersect with our highway system. And adding that on top of the wildlife vehicle collision data that we have from the ODOT maintenance crews to try to identify additional areas in the state in need of transportation mitigation. But on a broader basis, we really see this information being used by any organization within Oregon that is doing on the ground work for protection or enhancement or restoration of habitat to benefit wildlife. And that can even extend to working landowners or private landowners that want to do work within their lands to benefit wildlife movement. And so this tool will be publicly available. We're planning on communicating in as much as we possible the fact that it's out there. Again, since so many stakeholders have worked with us in developing this information, I think that there's generally a pretty good awareness that this is coming. So really the goal will be on ODFW side, communicating that out to our partners, and again, using this information to develop things like technical guidance and best management practices to direct attention to these priority wildlife connectivity areas, specifically for work to benefit connectivity.
Thank you. That explains a lot. And also, is there any, I hate how we kind of get into hierarchies in terms of, like, we know we lose more muleys on 97 than we do in hunting season. Like, we know that that's a problem, et cetera. But you almost get like this sneering, like, like people understand elk crossings, but now you're talking about frogs or snakes, or like, is that really a thing? And we're spending millions of dollars on it. So is there any way that it stays just wildlife, that it all has worth, and that we make sure that we're talking about these corridors and, like, not get tangled up in, like, which species is better or more worthy?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, I think that's a valid point, and that's one of the reasons that our priority wildlife connectivity areas are not species specific. This network is intended to represent movement priorities for all wildlife in Oregon, inclusive of all of our species. I think it's very easy to get sucked down that pathway of saying, this area is an issue for mule deer, this area is an issue for frogs, this area is an issue for fox. But really what we want to do is target our conservation action in a way that is going to benefit a broad diversity of species. And that's one of the reasons that the network is not species specific.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Commissioner Khalil and then Commissioner Spelman.
Thank you. Dr. Leslie queued up my comment, I think perfectly. I also get really excited about wildlife corridors and connectivity. And I think the reason I get so excited about it is because I've seen several opportunities where implementing these corridors and connectivities with the help of community members can be a tremendous source of pride within the community. And actually, we saw that with the frogs, that this is a semi-charismatic, I'm going to give them a semi-charismatic sort of megafauna. But the addition of the people involved in the frog taxi made it something that people felt like they had ownership and stewardship over. And so I would love to see, as we continue to think about places where we could build out these corridors, how we might involve communities to be involved in those design processes, be involved in the building, be involved in the hype, so that it becomes a source of pride and not a source of inconvenience. And I think it's all in how we involve people in those processes. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Actually, the card is Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. Go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your work on this, Rachel, and everybody who's been part of this. It is an unbelievable task to be at this point with the amount of data that has come into this. And I'm a complete nerd when it comes to this. I could just hoard all your time and make Director Melcher crazy. Like, no, our staff needs to be working, not sitting with Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, looking at all the maps in detail in every little spot in Oregon. But it is a lovely thing. And kind of following up on what Commissioner Khalil said, I think it can be a source of pride for Oregonians. I think, and I think it can help with the combination of species. I have a particular interest in what's happening with our mule deer. But when you start stacking these species in areas, you're able to tell a much broader story that might reach a much broader audience. And I do think it's naturally interesting. I had the pleasure of hanging out in Brothers School, population 9 kids, 2 weeks ago, and started talking about migration corridors with the kids. And especially we have 3 kinders in that balance of kids right now. And 2 of those kindergartners, we were talking about antelope, and it was like, oh yes, it's their antelope, right? They know about the antelope, and they know where the sage grouse are because they feed cows with their parents and know where the sage grouse are. And not a conservation species, but they did mention the red-bellied blackbirds. And when I said maybe it was a red-winged blackbird, they said no, it is a red-bellied blackbird. Okay, that's fine. So I just think it's a way to connect in urban areas, but it's a way to connect across working lands in a positive way, to send the message that you matter. These working lands staying in open space matter for these migration corridors. So it can be such a neat thing, I think. Also, my last comment, because I know I don't get to talk about this all day, is I think I'm up for the Oregon Conservation Species Map puzzle that we sell to raise some money, Commissioner or Chair or Director Melcher. I think we need the puzzle, although I have to say I would like us to leave the wood rats off. I know that's not appropriate, but as far as I'm concerned, we have plenty of wood rats. And I know exactly where they're migrating through.
So you want this to be the puzzle with the one with all the animals?
Yeah, the one with all the animals,
Oh.
right? Right? Commissioner Khalil does this kind of thing. All right.
Thank
That's
you.
it. Thank you.
have a couple more questions for you. One is you talked about the interface that we have with development. And could you talk a little bit about, is that along the lines of what we do with, you know, most of that work? It's not where we regulate, it's where we have partnerships. And how on this project and on this kind of topic are we getting our scientists at the table for these discussions?
Sure, well, that's correct. This is not a regulatory tool. We don't have any regulatory authority over habitat that we don't manage. So in terms of citing for development, this is really where we'd be looking to, as Commissioner Labhart mentioned, some of those county planning goals and having those updated to take priority wildlife connectivity areas into consideration. Also along the lines of our mitigation programs, mitigation banking and payment to provide. You know, we might leverage this as a tool where we provide information to developers on where these priority wildlife connectivity areas exist. Those are going to be discussions that we're going to be having with Habitat Division on how best to implement the priority wildlife connectivity areas in our mitigation programs. So it's those sorts of things. It's the word is regulatory that we hear come up a lot. Is, you know, how do we influence our partners and the individuals that are actually doing the work on the landscape to utilize this resource as information on where we can try to avoid development in order to benefit wildlife connectivity.
I hadn't heard regulatory, but in the county where I live, I think that would fit. But actually, that was one of my questions, and Commissioner Labhart did mention the county comp plans. In some of these counties, the planning department is 2 people or, you know, maybe 3. So how are we able to get, this is a remarkable uptick in the kind of information available, and we could actually make it easier for them, but I don't even know if they're going to be able to access it. So could you talk just a bit about how we are working with the counties?
Sure. Well, we've reached out to the county planners and county commissioners to make them aware that this tool is being developed and this tool is coming. Many of the county commissioners and county planners participated in a focus group that we had called a practitioners group. We had multiple meetings with this practitioners group while we were developing this information, specifically targeting end user needs and goals. So we were interacting with this group from the standpoint of when we develop our final products, what is going to make it the most easy for those individuals to access that information and make use of that information. So we did have county commissioners and planners involved in that. And I think beyond that, once we release the tool, it's really just going to be a matter of close communication with the individuals that are working on these projects, reaching out to them individually, trying to get meetings with them, sitting down with them, explaining what the tool is and how it's developed and how they might be able to make use of it, and doing whatever we can to encourage its application.
Thank you. That's so helpful. It's a great report.
And if I could add, Chair Wall, this is not just going to be the work of Wildlife Division, but with Habitat Division and habitat biologists on the ground. This is going to be a tool that they use, because when development happens, it's generally, there's options. Is this development going to happen here, 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 or here? And what's the effects of that in each of those locations? And this is going to be one of those tools to say, this place might affect connectivity. There might be other issues, wetland, winter range, you know, and it's all going to be part of that evaluation that we'll work with counties on.
Great stuff. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Just one more thing,
Yes.
quickly. Thank you, Chair Wall. It related to when you said development. The other thing, and when you mentioned habitat, I actually thought of Sarah and the great presentation she gave us a bit ago about where like the solar farms are going and, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So is that going to be, again, is that going to be something that we can use in the planning of that? Because we don't want to make sure not to put that in a corridor, et cetera, et cetera.
Sure, well, Commissioner King, absolutely. This is going to be a key resource for siting for energy development.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Great. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Rachel. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Next up, commissioners, we have an update on our electronic licensing system. We've got Ken Loffink, Kara Wymore, and Angela Ward here. And while they're coming up to take the microphones, Kara and Angela were involved with this project from the beginning as we developed and implemented the new licensing system. So I think, well, I don't know, I might have talked to both of them at 12:01 a.m. on December 1st of 2018, when I was in the queue to be the first person to buy an electronic license on the ODFW website. 12:01, I remember 12:01 a.m., December 1st, 2018.
Wow, that's great.
I had salmon for dinner that night too.
Well, thank you, Director. Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Ken Loffink. I'm the Administrator for the Administrative Services Division. I do want to say that was going to be part of my introduction, but that's okay. You did it better. So, but before we start, I'll have my colleagues introduce themselves.
Great, let's see which microphone works. Chair Wall, Commissioners, Dr. Melcher. For the record, my name is Kara Wymore, and I'm the Deputy Administrator for our Administrative Services Division, and specifically for our Programs and Portfolio Management.
Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director. I'm Angela Ward. I am a business analyst here at the Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Yeah, and so today we just really want to talk to you about ELS, the electronic licensing system. Obviously a system of critical importance for the operations of ODFW. And I was going to start with, for some context, ELS went live December 1st, 2018 at 12:01 when Director Melcher bought his sports pack. So it's been 4.5 years or so since we've had this new system. We're really proud of the system. As one can imagine, I mean, it was a massive undertaking to bring this online. Just like any massive change or undertaking, I mean, there's challenges and bumps along the way. We've managed and mitigated those challenges as much as possible. But part of our success is just, the hard work of ODFW staff as a whole. We went live December 1st, 2018, but really the process started a couple of years before that when it came to putting out the RFP and grading responses, and just a massive amount of work to select the vendor, build this system, implement, and then continue to work with the new system as we go forward. So credit to our staff and all that have contributed. Big shout out to our friends at Oregon State Police, who obviously are a huge customer of ours when it comes to ELS, critically important to have them on board when it comes to enforcing laws and whatnot. Really, first and foremost, the individuals to my left, Angela and Kara, have been a part of this project from day one, from building it from the ground up. And like I said, just a tremendous amount of work that's gone into it from these two in particular. So just want to highlight that as we get forward, that a big change. We think it's been really successful. We're going to highlight a few things today. And with that, I'll hand it off to Kara.
Thank you, Ken. All right, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Dr. Melcher. One fun little anecdote before I dive into our presentation is that in addition to Dr. Melcher, who was online at 12:01 a.m. on December 1st, we were madly trying to encourage him to hurry through the process of the purchase because there were also roughly like 25, 30 other constituents in the website before we had ever announced any kind of live activity. So we have a very passionate group of constituents who are very interested in seeing this solution from the very start. So anyway, by the skin of your teeth, you got the first consumption. All right, let's see if we can hear this. Okay, so back in 2017, when the ELS project was launched to replace an antiquated system the agency had used for over 12 years, we had some specific goals to modernize how we did business, be on the cutting edge of technology, and do so with lower risk by applying proven approaches to modernization. For instance, other states in the United States agencies who had also implemented similar solutions, we really took a lean or a nod to what they had done and successful. Some specific goals of the agency are listed up on this slide. One being to increase our percentage of online customers. 2, to eliminate reliance on paper-based or manual processes for ODFW staff. 3, to offer mobile access to products anytime and anywhere. And 4, to implement a system that can adapt to ever-changing needs. So throughout our presentation today, we hope to share with you our success in achieving those goals since implementing ELS on December 1st of 2018. All right, so number one, increasing percentage of online customers. So Our first goal is that we really wanted to embrace our online customer market, and our previous system was ill-equipped to help us with that goal. So on this chart, you can see the majority of our customers were making their purchases at retail agents prior to ELS implementation. As we transition after implementation, you could see the rapid growth in online transactions over the last 4 years, and now they comfortably surpass retail transactions, as well as significantly reduce the amount of transactions that are supported by ODFW offices, which is now, according to this chart, under right around 1%. Providing just-in-time access to ODFW products eliminates the need for customers to go somewhere, ODFW offices or a retail agent, for account information or to complete basic transactions, and it's also support a reduction in carbon footprint necessary to sell ODFW products to the public. Another online component that we moved over towards is our online mandatory reporting. So over 400,000 hunting outcome reports are submitted annually. Prior to 2018, a call center was used to receive reporting calls. And when we went live with ELS, we removed that call center. And now customers can report anywhere, including agents online, and as well as ODFW offices. But that online reporting ability, it's very accessible, has really reduced the reports received by calls to ODFW by over 84%. So the numbers shown on the slide, in January of 2019, we had a little over, roughly 68,000 calls that would come in, and in January of 2023, now we have around 11,000 to support manual reporting calls in specific. So again, our self-service model is not only for a purchase or a transaction, but supporting a customer's overall engagement with ODFW to be able to access their information online. And this self-service model also really helped ODFW to weather and thrive during the pandemic when their in-person sales was a problem for most. So our second goal was to eliminate reliance on paper-based manual processes for ODFW staff. So we have several of these listed on this slide for you. So controlled hunt applications, late tag purchases. Those purchases used to require customers to go into an ODFW office and sign an affidavit. Now this is a purchase that's supported online with a simple attestation. Pioneer applications, verification is also now online. And by moving online, there's no longer a lag between the time of submission and review by ODFW. And we no longer have to process refunds for those higher priced products while they wait for verification. This also eliminates a little bit of lag time or delay between the time that they apply to when they can actually go out and recreate. In general, ODFW, we were able to transition away from a heavy paper-based processes and eliminate the use of our specialized plastic paper. Again, every product previous to our go live had been printed on that at the time of purchase. So again, supporting that reduction in ODFW's carbon footprint to support the sale of our products. And there's a couple of other ones listed up here that I'll let you look through on the slide. All right. Continuing into goal number two, that elimination of paper-based manual processes. We made a big shift to support online support by creating those easy to navigate online tools. So now very few customers have to be supported through their transactions. The chart that you see up here is the call volume to support sales. And so the idea that very few customers have to be supported through a transaction is evidenced by the decline in the call volume here to support those transactions. So prior to go live, the call volume used to incorporate calls from our customers, calls from our agents, and other calls that would come in to support those transactions. And now those have lowered down to roughly about 6% of our total calls, and that's in the industry standard. That is a reasonable amount to expect for call volume for an agency like ours. So again, less person interactions. Our call volume has also reduced to pre-ELS levels. And so we've really kind of normalized back to when we had a surge in calls at the onset to help customers transition to a new system. And now not only adoption of the system, but also those online tools have really helped us kind of get back to a much more sustainable level. And now I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Angela, and she will continue on sharing about additional goals that we were able to achieve.
Thank you, Garrett. So I'm going to move on to our next goal, which is to offer mobile access to products anytime, anywhere. And when we launched the licensing system, we added a mobile companion app to that system. And we launched that day one, ready to start and offer customers the opportunity to choose to carry all of their products electronically and no longer have to print out paper for their wallet. And we had about 35% of our customers jump on that opportunity right away. And over the last 4 years, we've expanded that percentage up to about 50% of our customers. So 50% of anglers, 46% of hunters who have purchased tags have chosen to use e-tagging for using their mobile device. And that transition, that kind of rise in adoption of the electronic option has happened without us doing any marketing efforts. And we were somewhat intentional in not doing marketing efforts because we had to deal with a patent legal issue for a couple of years that prevented us from making improvements to the app. And so we really wanted to make sure that we weren't advertising something that wasn't working optimally for customers during that time. So we chose to hold off and support it and do what we could to make sure it was a good experience for customers without really pushing that product. We have now introduced some brand new functionality, updated that app, and are ready to move forward without that hold back to really increase the opportunity for customers to use that app when they're out. Yep, there we go. It's just slow. So the other part of offering mobile access is really illustrated by what has happened with the rise of sales over the last few years. Now, we can't take credit for folks' interest in going out to recreate more in the state, but what we can do is recognize that we have given them a platform upon which they can make that an easy access tool for them to use when buying a fishing license or a hunting license. And we actually, right back at the end of 2019, beginning of 2020, had an internal leadership meeting to say, what can we do about these in-person required touch points that we have before someone can buy a product that they're qualified for, and how can we move them online? And we had a list. These are all the things you have to do in person. How can we move those online? And had a plan to start doing that. Little did we know, that was a really valuable plan at that time to have ready to go for the next few years. And so we really set ourselves up successfully with this new system to be able to be prepared to have those remote interactions with customers in a self-service model so that it would really support that opportunity for people to get outdoors and recreate. There it is. So next, we really wanted to make sure to reach the goal of implementing a system that can adapt to changing needs. And we, in doing so, wanted to make sure we were responsive to feedback about what changes were necessary and made sense for our system. And we really kicked that off at the beginning in our development process, where we went through a kind of new innovative way of doing user acceptance testing, where we invited employees from other state agencies who were current customers who went out and hunted and fished and said, come in and test this system before it goes live and tell us what you think. And we brought them in, they got to use the mobile app, they got to try the system and give us their feedback. And we incorporated that feedback as we went live to really make sure we had a clear focus group of real customers who felt comfortable giving us their honest opinion as, co-state employees. We also have worked since go live to get feedback from customers through tools and focus groups that are done by our partners. So the Recreational Boating and Fishing Foundation did a mystery shopper program with multiple states to identify how was the transaction process as they bought products, shared that feedback with us, and we went through and worked with our vendor that helps us with this system to make changes to the entire purchase catalog process in response to that feedback that we received so that we could make it more streamlined, have less potential points where somebody might choose not to complete the transaction or get stuck. And we continue to look for other opportunities to incorporate feedback like that along the way. We also made a large platform improvement, which is kind of the visual you see on the slide, where we changed it to make it very mobile friendly. What we have learned in looking at our data is that the majority of our customers are using their phone to access the website, not just to access the mobile app. So we wanted to make sure that it was easy to navigate the website, and make their purchases from their mobile device. And so we asked our vendor to make a more mobile-friendly user interface to be able to go in and use icons and more visual indicators to make that process much smoother. So also along the lines of our changing needs is we have some recent enhancements to the system that I want to highlight. We recently incorporated our Northwest Goose test and made that something that can be taken directly in the system. And once you pass it, you can immediately go to purchase your permit without having to wait for us to process paper in between and get it from one system to another. And then in light of earlier conversation today, I definitely want to highlight our implementation of the roadkill salvage program. When roadkill salvage was introduced as a program in the state, we used a very simple online form to start collecting data initially from customers who picked up that roadkill and said, please tell us where you picked it up. And we got some answers that weren't exactly very clear coordinates to help us understand where that happened. And that combination with now a lack of data from ODOT cleanup crews, because if somebody else is picking it up and giving us poor data, they're not getting good data about where those that roadkill was picked up. We kind of have a gap in clear understanding of where roadkill occurred in the state during that time period. So we responded by incorporating that into our licensing system, so that now we can collect GPS coordinates from customers to increase the quality of the data collected so we can truly understand where that roadkill was salvaged to help us with our wildlife connectivity corridor data. Additionally to that one, although that one's the big one on this slide, I do want to touch that we recently also added new products for the Rogue South Coast Wild Steelhead products that were introduced. We incorporated those into the licensing system, as well as adding some demographic data collected in our guest checkout that really helps us understand where customers are, what their purchase habits are, and kind of helps us with our economic projections moving forward. So we just implemented those things. We've done a lot of great things in the system, but as you can see from how many boxes are on this slide, we have a lot more to come. This is just our roadmap for the next 2 years. And key items of functionality. So I want to highlight a few of these that we anticipate bringing in. And I also want to note that the majority of these items aren't customer facing, right? These are opportunities to improve internal processes, to continue on that process improvement of eliminating paper process and streamlining things for staff, but then also looking to our other partners and making sure that we're supporting their needs as well, not just our customer partners. So that means our landowners, making sure we have better mapping tools, reservation hunts for landowners, and issuing damage tags, and really trying to bring all those programs together under ELS. And then making sure we have enforcement tools for our partners with OSP. So we'll be launching a standalone enforcement mobile app for them to be able to use out in the field. So we're really excited about that one. Another few things I'll note here is we will be adding in auto renewal of annual products. We think that's a really good, exciting way to reduce the number of times somebody has to log in and touch the system each year in order to continue getting the products that they need. And we're also going to really be implementing new processes for mentored youth point transfers and first-time youth hunts. So again, responding to youth who would like to take care of things online and not fill out a form, we want to make sure we have that available to them. Finally, the box in orange at the end is our big kind of anchor cornerstone project we'd like to start embarking on in the next few years, and that is integrating our commercial licensing system into our ELS system. It is one that is great opportunities for improvement and to move a lot of paper and kind of less efficient processes into the system to give us better data and better customer service for our commercial partners. So with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Kara.
All right, thank you, Angela. Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. So as a whole, we really believe that based off of setting clear goals and objectives at the beginning of our project to really modernize and streamline and create efficiencies within our agency, that we've really shown and proven success of adoption of this tool. It's been a very beneficial resource for us as we've had to navigate really unexpected things in our society with COVID. And so it has been a really key area of success for us, we believe. So we think that there are some secrets to how we've been successful and how we've been able to implement and achieve our goals and objectives. And one of those things is really evaluating the agency's business needs and prioritizing what business needs are going to have the biggest bang or have the best efficiency gains for the agency before we start with each system enhancement. So we are very strategic about what the business needs, how those things are going to improve interactions either through the public, our staff, our business partners, like Angela mentioned, and being very strategic and thoughtful about how we plan and implement and strategize our roadmap moving forward. We also feel like partnering with our system vendor to continue to leverage cutting edge or current and emerging technology is another element of success for us. So one of the things that happens a lot when you implement new technology is by the time it's implemented, it's already outdated. And then you spend the next couple of years planning for the next implementation to get to the next step in that process. And we really wanted to avoid that. It takes quite a bit of effort, as Ken mentioned earlier, to procure, implement, and roll out a new system. And so one of the goals that we had was to really select a vendor and a platform and technology that could continue to support our evolving needs over time. And so we depend on our vendor to use information from other stakeholders in the contiguous United States, other natural resource agencies, other fish and wildlife agencies, and what they're doing. And if they roll out functionality to those other states, our contract allows us to also consider to implement those without having to roll out and support requirements and roll out on our own. And so we have the additional benefit to continue to take those emerging and cutting edge features and functionality and roll them into our system for not only our staff, but our constituents as well. And then continuing to look at continuous system and process improvement. So all of the things that you saw up on the screen, these are all opportunities for us to continue to roll additional functionality to support manual processes, to achieve additional efficiencies, and really improve our ability to support our system and support the products that we sell in our customer base as best as we can. And so that our activities and focus can be on other additional new and exciting products or exciting things that we can offer. And so if we can eliminate our focus on some of those more laborious manual processes, it really enables us to be a little bit more creative and focus on that innovation side of things. So we really believe that I think that those things are key to how we are going to continue to be successful and continue to implement a successful solution. This was not just a one-time go live. This is a continuous investment in success and the ongoing success of our agency. So thank you. Any questions?
There are some questions.
Yes.
Not a surprise. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde and then Commissioner Labhart, and we'll have to check when we have Commissioner Khalil back up to see if she has a question, but at least those two now, and then Commissioner Spellbrink and Commissioner King. Go ahead.
All right. Well, first, thank you. This is an unbelievable undertaking that you guys have done. I have used the system, gone in my dinosaur ways and tried to figure it out. I think it's really interesting that the data you have on that the 40-year-olds adopted this earlier than the 50-year-olds. And as my daughter said, Mom, you were born in the last century. And even though the 40-year-olds were as well, I definitely feel it. I guess the question I have is, I don't want to be critical. I just want to talk a little bit about where the weak links are in this. And I think there's some weak link around the e-tagging with no cell service and how that connects with OSP and enforcement. What are you guys hearing as the weak link from hunters?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. I appreciate you bringing this up because it is one that we have really worked to make sure is effective and working well, both for customers and for enforcement as our partners. And as I mentioned briefly in the presentation, we had a period of time where we were very limited in our capacity and our vendors' capacity to make updates to the mobile app. And one of those significant areas of technology update was in the stability of the offline mode of the product. Most especially in areas where you're on very limited service, right? Not fully offline like in airplane mode, but where it's spotty. That generation of the mobile app that we were kind of locked into for a while was just not able to handle that well. And so it created frustration among customers. It created frustration among enforcement. Right? If you're an enforcement officer out there with OSP and you're trying to identify, is this customer intentionally having a hard time with this, or are they just learning? Are they trying to understand how this works? Is the technology failing them, or, are they trying to be a bad actor in this scenario? And we didn't give them the tools they needed to make that decision effectively. So we've made some significant changes. We made a new version of the mobile app in December that we launched. That has completely changed how that offline mode works, increased the ability for it to be stable during those periods of low connectivity, and really reduced and eliminated some of those question marks that our partners have when they're out doing enforcement activities about, can I trust this technology? That said, we also need to add education and support for both of those groups, right? With their customers and with enforcement. So we've been doing some more encouragement and support with customers already, and trying to inform them of how to use the app, updating our frequently asked questions and sharing information. We're also scheduled next month to present with OSP at their in-service to have conversations directly with troopers, help them understand what we expect the app to do, what we don't, make sure we're answering their questions and giving them the support they need while they're out there.
So does this mean that the new app will, people can tag on site with no cell service?
Yes, that is
they're
correct.
out bumping around in the back
Yes.
woods. It seems like for a certain class of people with no ill intent, we've probably lost trust, especially with those born in the last century. How will you how will you reach those people so that they know that this is a way to do this? I mean, I know you sort of answered that, but I guess I don't know if that would go. I don't know if that will. I don't know.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, I'll take a stab at that. And I think it's just, I mean, within the different programs in ODFW, we rely on our I&E program for outreach and whatnot. And I think over time, that's probably the best way we can do this is show over time as more folks adopt the technology and show that it works and show that it's successful, that will that other folks that maybe had challenges at the beginning might be able to adopt it. I do also want to say is it's one of the strategic reasons why we didn't eliminate paper altogether. If you don't want to use the mobile application, that's something certainly that we are going to keep as an available option for our customers. All you need now with the new system is a printer, or you can go to, Bimart, Walmart, one of our vendors, and buy your license like you used to, print it all off, and you tag just like you used to. And so that's a key component that is not going to go away. We really want folks to use the mobile app because of all the features that we talked about here and the paper savings and all that. But that's an option that will always be available for folks. So I do want to call that out that we're not forcing anyone to use this, the mobile app and e-tagging. That being said, we recognize that there's improvements that can be made, and we're always looking for and working with our customers, our vendor and OSP on like, what are those hiccups? What can we do better? And incorporating that in these updates as they come out. So it's always going to be a work in progress, like Kara said. I don't know if I have a great answer for how we're going to strategically, outreach to maybe folks that have been disenfranchised, if that's the correct term, but other than say that is on the top of our head, and we're going to be working on doing that in different ways.
Okay, thank you. And I do want to leave you guys with, it's really, it's great that you've made this transition. And I know there's thousands of hours of work, and frankly, I'm really sorry that Director Melcher would make you guys stay up all night. I hope you don't have to do that every time he decides to file, right? Like, oh, time to stay up till midnight again.
Thank you. Yeah, I can't top that. So Ken, I just want to thank you and your staff for the presentation. And also, I know how busy you guys are, but I want to personally thank you for with Commissioner King and I are going to be meeting with you, and I think some of your staff members on the 28th to take a little deeper dive into ELS. And so I'm very sensitive about workload for staff, but I very much appreciate you making the time for us so we can deeper dive. So I'm a little bit wonky here, so I'll admit this, but on my drive over from Sisters, I download podcasts, and Tim Akamoff, I was happened to listening to one from an Angela, and I'm wondering if are you the same Angela? So now I have a face. And so I was just blown away, seriously, about how well you did in answering some of these ELS questions, and particularly, you know, the why does it take so long from the May deadline until you get to June? And I thought you just did an excellent job of talking about, the testing, the edits, the guide tags, the LOP tags, the out-of-state tags, all of that information that was there. If somebody listened to that podcast, they would have their questions answered. And from what I understand, that's one of the number one questions is, well, why are you doing this in May? And you did a very good job of saying, well, because the biologists have a whole bunch of work to do to get the right tag numbers and, you know, where we're going to up and down and where we're not going to have things. And so that's why it gets to May, and then why it takes from May to June to do that. So I would encourage folks that have questions about ELS to listen to your podcast. And all you got to do is just ODFW podcast, and it'll pop up and you just scroll down there. So that helps, I think, in, you know, like frequently asked questions. So I just want to give you a shout out, Angela. You did a really good job of answering what I think are some difficult questions that might be out there. So let's see. I think that was it. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Thank you. I look forward to the 28th. So.
Thank you. Commissioner King and then Commissioner.
Oh, no, they're ahead of me.
Okay.
Either one.
Commissioner Spellbrink, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair Wall. Yeah, there's a lot about it I really love. I mean, it made my Christmas shopping easy. You know, I'm from a family of hunters and fishers, and get a little sticker shock when the bill comes, and the credit card bill comes the next month. But it made my shopping easy. Now, I guess one of the things, and hopefully this is, I heard you say upgrades in December on the ELS system, because one of the things I've experienced, you know, I spend a lot of my fall 5-6 days a week down at Sledge River fishing and guiding down there, and you know, there's like a 20-mile area there where the bill sells. So, you know, I always try to tell people ahead of time when they're coming to, you know, make sure you log in and have service. But invariably, I'd say it's as high as a third when they get there, they have problems. You know, they can't, you know, I think, and that's why I'd like to see, maybe is there a description somewhere, whether it be on the website or in the regulation booklets, fishing hunting regulations, of how exactly you can do that. And maybe you make that easier since December, but you know, they come and say, I did exactly what you said, and now I can't get done. I mean, I kept a notebook in my boat that I would, you know, was basically like a hand printed harvest card. So I'd write, you know, when they couldn't get it done, they try it. Finally, just write their name and all their information and the catch and the date, you know, where we caught it, that kind of stuff. But I mean, I have by the end of the year last year, even I still had a notebook full of that stuff, and I tell them when they get service, you know, get this, you know, validate your tag. But so anyway, is that part of that just taken care of now with the new updates?
Yes. So Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, yes, definitely. So we've actually had the offline mode available since go live. The area that was challenging was that in between, you know, fully offline and being online. But yes, the new updates make that process a lot more stable. And to the part of your question about, you know, how are we making sure we're giving that information to folks about what they need to know? For the last couple of years, we've had information about specifically what you need to do to be ready to e-tag in the regulations, both the hunting and angling regulations. We also have a frequently asked questions guide online. And we've made it as easy as possible, where the only thing that you need to make sure you do before you leave self-service is log in. And so it's one step. As long as you've done that, you should be good to go. We're also working with our vendor on an improvement. So right now that login is good for 6 months, and then you have to log in again. And what we're going to be adding is an alert to customers, an email to say, hey, you're about to need to log in again, so make sure you do that, so that we are ahead of the game to make sure that that's there. Another recent improvement is we've made sure that when you open the app, if you don't have the latest version, it will prompt you to make sure to update to the latest version so that we know you're up to date and have any of those issues resolved before you head out.
Well, that's great. So basically all you need to do is log on like once and it should cover you for then a month or however long.
That's correct.
Yeah, because used to be, I know, like, I think a lot of people would log in and then put their phone on airplane mode by the way. So it would, like I said, that's not necessary anymore. That's better. It'll be great.
Yeah, no, Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, I'll just add, so I spent 3 days on the Siletz just last month, and I know the 20-mile section you're talking about, no service, and there is no service, but I think it goes back to maybe my earlier comment where some of this is a lot of learning still, and like, and I think with time, you know, we don't want folks to get in trouble or anything like that, but over time, like I told them, I had some out-of-state friends that met me, like, hey, download, you know, log on the app and have it open before we get there. If there's no service, it's there. You know, the problems are if you aren't logged on, you get in the service and you have no way to log on, that's when you have the connectivity issues. But if you log on, are there ready to go, have it open, you're going to be fine. And so I think part of that is just, you know, it still is a new system. We're hoping over time, we're going to learn these tips and tricks. As noted, we have, you know, things online and in various outlets and the regulations that state these things, but you do have to read them but to get that. So I think, you know, over time, folks like yourself, you know, educating people on what that process is, I think it'll be good. And like Angela said, these improvements we made make it a little easier, so you're not auto logged out, you know, once a week or something like that. That's going to be great.
You, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, and then Dr. King. Yeah, I just want to congratulate, excuse me, congratulate you and staff and Director Melcher on this system, because I have to report to other departments in the state, and some of them are trying very hard to be online, and they're just not making it. Just had everybody in the industry frustrated. So I really appreciate what you've done, and I think it's just a pretty amazing product. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. King.
Thank you. Nice to meet you, Angela and Kara. Ken and I, you know, we go way back. We will be having a meeting on the 28th that I'm looking forward to, because I think kind of what we're getting at, the general gist, the general gestalt, like I get it, it's a new system, quote unquote, new from 2018, which is 5 years old. But I think there is still a lot of kind of doubt and uncertainty and hiccups and problems. I think while it is wonderful, I mean, I remember the old, literally the Tyvek tags that would clog the shredder when you tried to get rid of them. Like you know, and then all the iterations in between. I wasn't on at 1201, but I wasn't far behind. And when we went to this new system, but I think what we maybe need to talk about is that now we have a new vendor. And that has changed things, I think, a lot with the app, and maybe we'll talk about it more, but with the app and how it looks and the ease of use. And I think that was really plugging a lot of people up, and like where we lost some trust. And I also, maybe you guys can explain, but I've tried to figure out, I've gone either way, but the app still isn't really standalone. Like you have to log on and you go to the website and then you come back again. And I think people get really hung up with that. And so is there a way that somehow like the app can just be a freaking app and there's not this logging on palaver? So I'll let you guys answer and I have more questions.
Yeah, I guess Chair Wall, Commissioner King, I'll take a stab at it. So a couple of things. So we have the same vendor that we've had throughout since we launched in 2018. They've changed their names once, and they got bought out by a parent company here recently, but same vendor throughout. And like Angela said in her presentation, the launch, we built the base model, met our needs for functionality. We had all these plans for integration of different processes and improvements, and then we kind of hit a slight roadblock with a tort claim that was filed against us that we got through successfully. And now that the result of that has allowed us to really, hammer down on some of these improvements here in recent years. That was the first piece. The second question was the app. Yeah, so this is something I think that I wanted to talk about, that I think there is some misconception. Like ELS is our system online, the system where you can buy your fishing license and hunting license and whatnot. The app is a standalone app in my opinion, in that it is the app, the function of the app replaces that plastic card that you shoved your the tieback paper in from Walmart or Bimart or whatever. That's the function of the app. The app replaces that. So you can log on, you can connect to ELS through the app, but they are separate. The app is literally just your recreational profile, shows the different licenses you purchased, and then allows you to tag through that app if you wanted to. If you want to buy a license, the app will take you to ELS, but they are very separate. So whether you log on through your cell phone to ELS through the app, or you go to our website and log on, or you go to your computer and log on, it all takes you to the same system, which is the electronic licensing system. So yeah, I think that's a really good point, and I think maybe there's some misunderstanding of what the app is, but the app really is, I look at it as like that. The app replaces the holder you used to put in your pocket that had, you go buy your sports pack and then you have this many pieces of paper. The app, the intention is to replace that. Yeah. Yes.
So, Chair Wall, Commissioner King, the one thing I would also just say that a lot of the confusion, I believe, comes from the fact that customers are really using mobile devices to access both of these tools, right? And so when they are using a mobile device to access both of these tools, it's maybe difficult to discern that one is an app and one is the website. And so they're partner tools. They're like a companion tool to each other. So our website is really focused on the transactional purchase-based side of things, and our app is based off of like information, having your portfolio of tools, and then being able to enable tagging and reporting to factor in that information back into our website. So it is a little bit confusing because people are using their same device to access both sides of those companion tools. And part of that is like understanding of technology. Some of that is generational. Some of that is, just understanding the fullness of the types of tools that are available that they're leveraging. Go ahead.
Yes, Chair Wall, Commissioner King, if I may add a couple more notes on that. We have tried to implement some improvements to make it clearer for customers when they're moving from that companion app to the website. So now when you click to go to your main account, it opens separately in your browser, lets you know that's going to happen so that you're going to your browser on your phone instead of just embedded in the app, to really make that distinction clear. One reason that we've kept sales online, and I think this is a really important one, is that when you move sales into a mobile app, you move into the world of microtransactions. You move into the world of having sales hosted through those mobile app stores. And that really adds a layer of oversight and complexity that as a state agency, we're not ready to venture into and don't even know that if that makes sense. And so staying with our established financial banking partners that are approved, that we're able to do those transactions online is a really important thing for us to keep that financial information out of the mobile app transaction side of things. The other thing I'll note is we've talked a lot about offline mode. And being able to make sure we can support offline mode means that we want that app to be as fully functional as possible while offline. And so that means anything that involves doing things that need robust amounts of data, financial information, other things that you might not have in your digital wallet, we want to keep those separate and on the website and not in that digital wallet that exists as a mobile app.
Okay. So that does help and explain, because I think for a long time, it wasn't clear when you were going between the two. And then also, like we've just gotten, hopefully, our POP for our website. Your website is different than the POP that we just got money for, right? And that's another thing that's really confusing, that there's all these different ODFW websites and where exactly am I going? And the other thing, again, like when you're in your app, because you mentioned GPS and for roadkill, I think you need GPS to figure out, do I need a rogue South Coast? Am I in the Columbia system? I think we could do a lot more with GPS technology for people figuring out what they need to purchase to be in compliance. That's something I think that we'll talk about. But again, this is why it gets so twisted and so confusing. So I was talking to a person who's a fisher person, and they use the app and they do the online and all that. One of the things that they just said they just can't is when they're off fishing and they're trying to get the regs for where they are, and they go back to that website that they can't freaking see on the mobile. So it's sort of like that, and that's another barrier that makes people really frustrated and about those interfaces. Like it's not as clear and easy as you think when you're sitting there in a boat in the rain trying to figure all this out. This is why this is like you said, that loss of trust, and people are like, this is crap. This is where it comes from. So I'll let you.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner King, yeah, noted. And I think, yeah, I mean, we're working on, simplifying and making it as simple as possible. I do think that, much like before, I mean, before you go out in the field, before you go fishing, I mean, we're expecting that you've read the regulations and know what you're going to be doing when you get there. And so like my advice to folks that are out fishing, the same thing with the app, download make sure you're logged on the app before you go fishing, and then make sure that you've downloaded the regs before you go fishing so you can access them. Because yeah, if you're out fishing and you're like, crap, I don't know if I can keep this. We don't necessarily want that scenario to happen. But if you find yourself in that situation and you don't have service, yeah, you wouldn't be able to access our regulations online. But if you have them downloaded ahead of time, or, we still do have that booklet, have that with you. You can look at it, access it, and say, okay, I'm in the Columbia, it's this date, I can look this. We recognize that, yeah, our regulations are complex and we're trying to put as many tools as possible. And the GPS piece is something that is definitely on our radar for like, okay, you're on the Trass River, here are the regulations associated. We're not there yet, but certainly on our radar.
Right. And also that you can see that they're mobile friendly, because yes, you can download them, but I mean, it's like, a negative size font, like you can't read it. Like, I mean, that website is not designed for a mobile device. And that's one of the reasons why I want a new one, because like you cannot go back and forth as hard as you try. Cause I've actually tried, I watch people do it, and you get to the point, you just sort of give up. And like you said, just bring paper with you. And the other thing now, this logging on and logging off, is there a way past that, or do we still have to be in that realm because we're still in the, like you said, staying away from sort of the netherworld of mobile apps? Because I'm thinking about a whole other netherworld, which is QR codes and all sorts of ways to interact with people. Like this, to me, still seems way too clunky and complex. Is there a way to kind of simplify how you come on and off of this kind of stuff, or is that not in the bailiwick of this? And again, this is stuff we can talk about. It as Commissioner Laphard stated, we have a meeting coming up and we will talk about all these sorts of things. But I just wanted to ask you now as well.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner King. Yeah, I think maybe we do put a pin in it, and we can chat about it later. You can send us some notes, and we can prepare some materials. I mean, yeah, our goal is obviously to make it as easy and seamless as possible for folks. It will always be a work in progress. I think we're taking notes on some of the good suggestions here. I'm not exactly sure specific how to answer in relation to, QR codes and how that whole interplay works. And maybe that's something we can just have a conversation here later this month, because I agree. I think, the more we can, leverage our application and our website to drive folks to certain locations, whether it be with QR codes or whatever, I mean, we're certainly all ears on how that might happen.
Well, I'm just thinking, again, other apps. Now I realize these are private companies that have billions of dollars, but for example, when I go buy gas, say, and I use an app, which I do, use your fingerprint or your face or something like that. You're not logging on and off and like, has it been 6 months or 3 months or whatever? Like there's so many other ways to like interface with a mobile device that you don't have to sit there and do this and has it been 6 months and did it, I struggle. Sometimes I look at what the barriers are and what makes people frustrated, and I think that's probably one. And to end it on a positive note, I've been in touch with the app and all the things all along. I wasn't first, but I was in that first cohort to get things. And I have noted the enhancements and how much better it looks now. That it's not like this blank white thing with lines and like you didn't know where you were. So, so I think, you know, for many people out there, if you do that December update, which is just a few months ago, and you do see the new look app, it is much, much improved, and you get like tiles and you get something more like what you expect when you say you go to an Amazon kind of thing. It's much, much easier to read and look at. So thank you for all of that, because that is a massive improvement. I know that was a ton of work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I have Mr. Silver, did you have one more question?
Yes, I did. One more question on use. I noticed, like, you know, if I would leave my phone, I usually wouldn't even take my phone with me on the sleds because you don't have no service. But I would notice if I left it on in the truck when I came back, I guess it's searching for service or something. Anyway, I know battery life would be almost nothing. I'd lose battery. So is it better to, as far as, you know, because it doesn't do you any good if your battery goes dead on your phone to use it for validating a tag. So are you better off to, once you're in and you're out of service, to go to the airplane mode?
Yes, Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, in general, that is recommended is to go to airplane mode when you're in those low service areas, because like you noted, your phone will be searching for service. For the app itself, we now have a built-in offline mode, so you don't have to put your whole phone into airplane mode. So if you prefer to have it available, searching for service for other purposes to make sure, you know, you're using other apps that need that connection, you can go offline directly inside the app now.
Good, thank you.
Can I? One more. I guess the one thing that I would think about that, because my husband's from the last century too, and one of the things that I like is I can track him if he stumbles in the outer yonder. And so I would not want him putting his phone in airplane mode, because then you can't find said human. That might be something to consider. This is a little clunky, right? It's okay, but think about that. Like, you want to find people too. So if you go in airplane mode so that you can eat, you know what I mean?
Well, that's why there's offline mode in the app. So
There we go.
there is. It's offline mode in the app.
Okay.
Yep. So essentially you turn your app off, phone still can do its thing, and you can still track where your husband is.
I would like to ask one question. It's two parts, and I appreciate what you've accomplished, and this is pretty remarkable to hear. I'd like to ask a question about on the hunting side and on the angling side, is there parity? And the second part of that question, you know, can we do the same things on both sides? And are we making as much headway on both sides of that? And then the other question is, you mentioned Rogue South Coast Plan, and I know that you began work there and it was a little early in the process, but are there things that we're going to be seeing more of these management plans, conservation and management plans? Are there things we should be thinking about based on the ELS system and what we can do in these plans?
Yes, Chair Wall, that's excellent questions. Thank you. In terms of the plans and things to be thinking about, I think that yes, anytime we are implementing new ways of doing business, new plans, adapting to new statutes that are implemented, we really need to consider how that impacts the systems that support the work. And we have developed a very close relationship with our partners in Wildlife Division and Fish Division to start those conversations as early as possible when they are looking at new plans. Are there product impacts? Are there impacts to how we document the work that's going on or ask customers to interact with us? And we give feedback and guidance to help make sure that that implementation is as easy in the system as it is out in the field and for staff and for customers. So as much as we can have that conversation together and be included when the system is going to be leveraged as part of that work, it makes it a much better implementation. And Rogue South Coast Plan is an excellent example of that, where they brought us in the room early. We were able to consult and discuss, you know, what would make sense logistically for our product. and really help that be a successful launch.
And that then brings more monitoring data to us? Is it a boost in our monitoring data that we have available then?
Yes, Chair Wall. Anytime we have customers giving us data about what they're doing out there, it is a huge boost. And that's one area, especially in angling, that ELS has been a huge success in, is that previously, when we had angling tags out there, we might get 8-10% back mailed to us that are data entered by staff, and we might know that percentage of catch a year and a half later, and then have to identify, what does this mean in terms of what we think the catch looks like at 100%. We're now at 50% of anglers using the E-tags. So that is a massive amount of data that we're able to receive real time about what catch is occurring in different areas. And we're working closely with the statistician over in Fish Division to gather that data, share it as quickly as possible, and make sure that we're using it as soon as we can for decisions. We're not at real-time decision-making yet, obviously, right? There's some math you have to do before, between the catch and really using that to make a decision, but we're getting closer. And then I'll touch back on the parity question. Okay. We have really, I think, front-loaded more of the wildlife functionality in the system, primarily because it was ready to go as data elements. The way the data was organized, it's already more spreadsheet and ready to become something we do in the system. We're working now with Fish Division to do the exact same thing and see how can we move some of the things that aren't really system ready, that are complicated, that are a moving target, and bring that into a system to make it easier for customers. So GPS is a great example of that. We have our wildlife management units already loaded in as a map in the mobile app so that you can say, where am I? And it will tell you which wildlife management unit you're in. We don't have that yet for angling locations. Because as you can think, we have a lot of water bodies throughout the state. They don't cover the whole state, right? So you might be standing somewhere that's nowhere near one of our mapped water bodies when you say use my location. So we have to train the system. What does that mean? What are you going to tell that person about, gosh, I don't think you're catching a fish there. But also we have over 200 angling locations for somebody to choose from. And so one of the exercises we're doing is having conversations with Fish Division to say, hey, how can we make that more customer friendly when they're making that choice? Because instead of just jumping in and saying, let's build something really bulky that has over 200 options, can we see, do we need 200 options? Can we have that conversation first and consider that from a wildlife management point of view before we move forward and design it? So that balance is really, takes time, but we're trying to get closer to implementing that.
That's real helpful. Thank you. I think we're ready to.
No, just a couple.
One, thank you, Joel. One more quick question. Sorry to keep happy to hear. I leaned over and asked Commissioner Blabhart, I said, are you using ELS or paper? And he said, paper still. And because I was going to ask.
Old school.
Yeah. Ask questions. I know he hunts off times in the Eagle Gap wilderness where, you'll be packed in for several days. And so, I mean, if you were using, like, in that case, I'm guessing you keep your phone off. And anyway, now it would stay logged in when if you wanted to turn it back on and validate a tag, you could do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink. Yeah, I mean, yes, the answer is yes, you could do that. That is one of the challenges, again, with the mobile application and just that education piece of, paper's easy. I go and if I'm lucky enough to bag an elk during archery season, the old school method, you cut it out, the little triangle out with your pocket knife, you wrap it around the antlers, and then you start the process of dragging it out. This one, it requires you to a little upfront, planning for what you're going to do. And so recognition of like, hey, I'm going to be 6 miles in the wilderness, no cell service, okay, plan accordingly, bring a booster, turn it off, or have it in airplane mode and make sure you're monitoring that thing the whole time so you don't get into trouble. And then, additionally bringing some trail tape and a Sharpie with you so you can mark those codes down. So yeah, it's just a different process yeah, it's just different. And I think learning some of those tricks along the way will,
That panic when you turn your phone on, it
Yeah.
wouldn't come on because your battery's dead.
Exactly.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
Just one
One
quick
more,
thing.
and
Yeah.
let's keep it real short.
Yeah, it is, but, sorry. Thank you. And it could be something that we talk about, when we have our meeting. And that is, right now, as I understand it, ELS or our license system in general is the only way we can interface with people in terms of our fee payers. So I would say, and that it's back to the QR codes question, is that what about everyone else? Meaning if they're not a hunter, an angler, or a trapper, how can we interface with those people? Like say to make a donation or OCRF or whatever, any of the things that I think are coming in the future. Can this program do that for us?
Yes, Chair Wall, Commissioner King, most definitely. So we already have our guest checkout process where if somebody is not signed up as a customer and they would like to donate or get a waterway access permit or a parking permit, they can do so without signing up for a full account with us. And we have information about that for OCRF donations on our website and directing folks that that's a way they can do that. They can make a conservation contribution all through that guest checkout process. And we do have, QR codes available built into the app for law enforcement to be able to scan with their new mobile app coming soon, as well as on the paper products as well, that we are really getting customers accustomed to having those ready and to employ them later when we update the technology.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. And I think we'll let
Thank
you take a break and we
Yes.
will move on to temporary rules.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't think it's great.
Look forward to our meeting.
Commissioners, we do have 5, I believe, temporary rules that require your ratification. The 5 temporary rules on the agenda for the day.
I have one quick question. Is there somebody that can say why on the Willamina Creek, and I think it's the 4th or 5th one, why that was closed?
The state police and the district fish biologist asked for an emergency closure to basically aid with enforcement. So they don't have to actually catch the person with the wild steelhead in their possession. They can cite them.
Thank you.
Yep.
That helps. Any other questions, or is there a motion on the temporary rules?
I can make a motion. Just reading from the draft motions from the day. I move to ratify the 5 temporary rules set forth on the March 17th, 2023 agenda.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to ratify the 5 temporary rules as read into the record. Any questions? Then could we have a vote? Those in favor?
Aye.
And we online as well. So Michelle, it's unanimous. Thank you. Let's see. Then we would go to other.
Minutes? What are we doing?
Do you have any other business items that you need to go through? On the commission updates, we have a couple that we need to just mention. One is, and this is probably to you, Director, there was a question if we could get an update, not today, but about when the mule deer plan, or mule deer came up today, but if we could get an update on what the timing is and when the mule deer plan will be coming to us. There just seems to be a lot of interest in that one. One other thing that I want to mention is on passage rules, and we're not going to go into this today, but I do want to mention for the record that the commission and staff are hearing concerns about the changes to the fish passage rules, and I'll switch glasses so I can actually remember what I wanted to say. that we adopted in December that were associated with trap and haul. And I want to let people know that staff are working with the governor's office on appropriate government to government processes with the tribes that initially raised this issue. So work is going on. We would like to hear more about this, but we want to wait until that process plays out. And so we're paying attention to it. People are concerned, of course, about when trap and haul passage could be used instead of the volitional fish passage in the future. I would note that as far as we know, there have been 3 of these over the last 20 that the department approved and they're in operations. So there aren't very many of these occurrences. It's an important item and we'll look at it again. But like I said, we're waiting for the other process to play out. So more to come on this one. And I think that's it on our mission update. So public forum.
Chair, while you have one individual signed up under public forum, that would be David Moskowitz.
And that must be online. Well, we're moving him over. I'll just mention, I think we'll go through public forum and the commission minutes, and then we'll take a short break and then come back for the exhibits. So do we have David? David Moskowitz, and you'll have 3 minutes, David.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Okay. Chair Wall, Co-Chair Zarnowitz, members of the commission, and Director Melcher. David Moskowitz here, Portland, Oregon, Executive Director of the Conservation Angler. And I want to speak with you briefly about Columbia River steelhead. The preseason forecast has been delivered from Oregon and Washington joint staff. And it's predicted that there'll be fewer than 68,000 total adult hatchery and wild summer steelhead passing Bonneville Dam from between April 1st and October 31st, which are the management dates. This is the lowest preseason forecast ever, and it's actually lower than the previous actual lowest return from 2021, just 2 short years ago. There's been some volatility in the forecast. In 2021, the return came in 30% under the preseason forecast. In 2022, the return was actually 20% above the forecast. So this is a preseason forecast, so that is something to keep in mind, but that number is incredibly low. And on top of that, there's a prediction that there could be fewer than 21,000 wild steelhead passing Bonneville Dam and entering into the iconic and famous steelhead rivers in the Columbia and Snake River Basin. This is a serious concern, and we are urging you to begin talking with the department and coming up with an action plan that addresses this incredibly low number. We know that there was really good work done by the department in terms of developing fishery forecasts for 2022. After the 2021 disaster. We applaud that, but we think that looking at the numbers and looking at that framework, that it causes us concern because generally the wild fish return earlier in the Columbia. And so though it's a preponderance of wild fish that come back in June, July, and into August. And the way the season is set up is that fishing will be open based on returns from last year. So we're basing our fisheries on the incoming fish on the return from last year in terms of on the Deschutes in particular. We're concerned that this is basically concentrating angler effort. We know that they're not going to achieve the numbers in the framework because if the forecast holds true. So we think there's a real need for the staff to interact with the public and with the commission to really consider whether the framework is going to work to protect steelhead. We want to take a moment to really praise the commission and the work that has been done in establishing thermal angling sanctuaries, first on the Deschutes and then at Herman Creek and Eagle Creek. That's a very proactive action, and your colleagues across the river have not established that work yet. But so we just want to say thank you for that. We also appreciated that special meeting that you held in 2021 to address this unexpected decline. This commission has done great work. We're sadly in a position where we need to really face another critical year for Columbia River wild steelhead. So we stand ready to work with the department and the staff, and we hope that we will really look at this framework to see if it's appropriate given the numbers, and be prepared ahead of time to take action, because the action we did take in 2021 did have positive results for successful spawning for wild steelhead. And I've sent some written testimony. Really appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today. I'm available for any questions, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. I don't see questions. We appreciate when people bring items to us in public forum. We don't typically take action on those when we hear it. So thank you very much for that. And we'll go from there and move on to Exhibit A, the commission minutes. Thank you, David. So that everybody's had time to scour through the minutes. Are there any questions or revisions? And if not, could I get a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move to approve the January 13th, 2023 meeting minutes with continued authority to the department to correct grammar and punctuation.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes as written. And seeing no other questions, could we get a voice vote on there or a thumbs up on this one? And I see that Commissioner Khalil is also still online, though very small picture. So it's unanimous, Michelle. Let's take a short break and be back at 10 after 10 and start again on item B.
Right. Thank you.
Commissioners, Director Melchior, for the record, I'm Dr. Charlotte Regular Whitefield, and I have two other presenters with me here today.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the Commission, Sarah Reif, Habitat Division Administrator.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Dr. Megan Jones. I'm an assistant unit leader and assistant professor in the USGS Oregon Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit at Oregon State University.
That was a mouthful. Oh my God.
So indeed. So today we are here presenting an exhibit on the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund, and it is a 2-issue exhibit. The first issue that we will be presenting to you today is the expenditure recommendation for a special project that went before the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund Advisory Committee on March 6th. The OCRF Advisory Committee recommended the expenditure for this project with unanimous consent, and we'll be hearing from Dr. Jones a little bit more about the project and also Administrator Wright.
Wonderful. I am pleased to be here before you all to tell you a bit more about the proposal you have in front of you that we have been working on. Those of us up here, as well as Adrian Everett from ODFW, who sadly couldn't be here today because of illness. This project has been evolving over the last few months with a lot of really helpful and thoughtful feedback from the OCRF Special Projects Subcommittee and Advisory Committee. So big thanks to them for their input here. And without further ado, I'm going to just give you a brief overview of the different elements of the project proposed for today. Our overall guiding question here is about how can private landowners be supported to engage in coexistence actions that are mutually beneficial for their needs and beaver populations in Oregon. And this question relates back to the ODFW Beaver Habitat Action Plan, which you'll hear more from Administrator Reif about. And it reflects what we have seen from the previous human dimensions research on this issue in Oregon, which has found that Oregon landowners are generally aware of the benefits of beaver, but struggle sometimes with some of the negative consequences from beaver to their property when beaver occur on their property. And a recognition that a lot of the potential habitat for beaver in Oregon may involve working with private landowners. And we take this multi-pronged or two-pronged definition to coexistence action of restoration and non-lethal conflict management. So sometimes people engage with beaver in this short-term rapid response issue where there's a beaver causing damage on their property and they need a solution right away. So there's specific barriers and motivations for private landowners in that moment that need to be addressed. But then there's also this longer term process of restoration of beaver and beaver modified habitat on the landscape that private landowners can be engaged in. But again, there may be particular motivations for them that appeal for why they would get involved, as well as particular barriers around, for instance, the lengthiness of the process or the confusion around how to get involved. So this project aims to focus on both of those pieces of human beaver coexistence. And we hope to take a three-phased approach, I should say, to this project, really focusing on being adaptive and flexible around practitioner organizations' needs, recognizing that they are often the front line of working with private landowners in the state of Oregon. So here we're talking about soil and water conservation districts, watershed councils, other conservation nonprofits, tribes, other state and federal agencies, land trusts, and so on. And the first phase of this project would be a series of interviews with these folks to learn from them about how they've been engaging with private landowners around this issue in the state, what they feel is working well or could be improved, and then leading from that into what's a social network analysis, which isn't like a social media analysis. Sometimes that's what we think of with social networks, but is rather a structured approach for diagramming the connections between these kinds of practitioner organizations. How often are they talking to each other about this issue? How often are they collaborating? What sorts of issues or knowledge are they sharing? And using this social network analysis to, like I said, diagram out those connections at the baseline of this project. From that, we would then build into the second phase of the project, which is facilitated dialogues with a smaller subsection of the practitioner organization. So maybe 10 to 15 folks over a course of 18 months, meeting up to 10 times, sometimes in person, sometimes virtually, to talk through in a community of practice format some of the specific problem areas or opportunity areas related to private landowner engagement that came up from the interviews in the first phase. So really guiding these discussions and dialogues around the practitioner organization's needs from the first phase, and using this facilitated format for what we're calling a learning lab, not so much a decision-making body by any means, but rather a space for them to learn from each other and talk through questions that they're interested in. And then the third phase of the project would be sort of, how did it go? Doing some of the interviews again, checking in with folks who participated, and doing the social network analysis again to see, has the network structure changed? Are people relying on each other more? Have we bridged some of the gaps in the network that we might have seen at the beginning? And where do people want to go from here, from this experimental process together? So we've been having conversations, like I said, with OCRF, with ODFW, and with some practitioner folks. And I just wanted to give a few examples of the kinds of issues that have come up in those preliminary conversations that might be examples of what facilitated dialogues could focus on. One thing that someone raised was this issue of beaver flooding of landscapes where people may be contemplating development, or that where development is adjacent to this land, and working with landowners around managing flooding risks or perception of flooding risks. How do you talk with landowners in those situations? Another issue that came up was the permitting process for either restoration or non-lethal conflict management. Are there opportunities to learn for practitioners to learn from each other about how to make that process more transparent or easier for private landowners, perhaps for state agencies to be involved in a discussion about permitting and making it easier? And then the third thing was landowners learning from each other and sharing their own stories with each other. And that's represented here by this Habitat Hero sign, which is work I did in my previous role in my dissertation around wildlife-friendly gardening, where we worked with a conservation nonprofit to bring people who are interested in wildlife-friendly gardening together to share how they got involved, how they built their confidence, what they enjoyed about the process. So that's just an example of, if practitioner organizations are interested in creating spaces for private landowners to talk with each other, could this facilitated dialogue be a forum for building that kind of approach? So those are some examples. And before I hand it over to Administrator Reif, I wanted to end with this focus on how we know if it worked. We have these 3 points of data collection that we're building into this applied project. First of all, looking at if there are any changes to the community of practice, if there are any changes to the participants or by the participants in the community of practice, and if there are changes in ODFW practice and strategy, particularly aligning with the Beaver Habitat Action Plan. So that's the structure of what we're proposing today, and I will hand it over to Sarah.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Administrator Reif feels a little formal. Most people just refer to me as Sarah.
I don't.
But so I am here pinch hitting for Adrian Averett, who has been on a special assignment in the director's office developing a beaver action plan for the agency. And as Megan said, we're sorry that Adrian couldn't be with us today. She's a little under the weather, but we've been really working together as a team. So I'm happy to do my best to represent her slides on her behalf. ODFW has been working over the last several months to develop a beaver modified landscapes action plan. We will be presenting this to you in June. So I'm not going to provide the full overview right now, but really just speak about this project in that context. We also presented the draft of this to the Beaver Management Working Group on March 6th. So the purpose of this plan, or the goal of the plan, is to take action in the short term to accelerate the restoration of beaver habitat and beaver modified habitat at the landscape scale in Oregon. The plan lays out pillars and goals and actions for the next 3 years. And we're doing this because of the important role that beavers play in watershed function, in climate resiliency, and that so many Oregon conservation strategy species depend on the habitat that they create. let's see, the Beaver Modified Landscapes Action Plan has 4 integrated pillars of action, which you see on this slide here. So the first pillar has to do with data and science. The second pillar has to do with habitat restoration, beaver management, and lastly, outreach and communication. And we really see collaboration with external partners, including private landowners, and increasing adoption of coexistence strategies as critical elements of this work. Related to that 4th pillar of outreach and communication, and as we really try to seek to scale up beaver habitat restoration to landscape scales, it's really important to have landowner buy-in for coexistence. Tapping into our practitioner knowledge network is really the best opportunity to learn what's working, what restoration and conflict gaps need to be addressed, and where we can strategically focus our efforts to advance beaver modified landscapes. And so that's where this project really comes into play. Habitat Division has a restoration arm. We have a lot of practitioners out on the ground that have been doing stream restoration and that are working with watershed councils and other partners to do this work. What you'll see when you hear about the Beaver Action Plan is there will be more of a strategic focus on certain watersheds. Let's pour investment into those watersheds and scale up the beaver work that we're doing, and the habitat restoration work and watershed restoration work that we're doing. Well, in order to do that, you need some key ambassadors, some key sort of stronghold landowners that are willing to step out and willing to engage in that work. And then the neighbors notice, and then their neighbors notice. And that's how you grow to be landscape scale. And so what Megan's talking about is investigating what is it about that original ambassador landowner that stepped out? And how did that relationship, how did it spread, and how did that work go? And so that's really intriguing to us, so that restoration practitioners in one corner of the state will be able to talk to other practitioners in other corners of the state during the learning lab to say, well, how did you do that? And how did that work? And what was some of the technical assistance you brought to the table that you think made a difference? And then we see this project as expanding the toolbox for ODFW and partners, especially the restoration practitioners in our organization and in other organizations. And it's, in the toolbox, we'll gain, tools that work for private landowners and beaver modified habitat restoration and or for human beaver conflict scenarios. And we'll get tools and strategies that ODFW staff and partners can use in the field to increase adoption of coexistence across the spectrum of immediate damage solutions to long-term habitat restoration projects. And the last thing I'll just say is that, we're in this because we want to see more beaver modified habitat and fewer lethal beaver removals. That's part of our goal here. And one of the barriers that staff encounter is individuals not wanting to coexist with beaver. So we really see this study as helping us around or over that barrier. And then it comes back to Charlotte.
Great, thank you very much. So the second issue that we're bringing forward for you today is a request for additional support for insurance requirements for our last round of grants. So as you know, the OCRF has been rapidly growing over the last couple of years. And as we're growing, we're building out foundational structure for the program and also for our grantees. So the last round of grants that was open from August to October of 2022 came before the ODFW Commission on December 16th, and there was 25 projects that were approved at that time. Shortly after that approval process, the department did receive additional guidance from DAS, Department of Administrative Services, about additional insurance requirements that we're going to be needing to put place onto our grantees. These insurance requirements are not only to really protect the project, but protect what they're doing and the individuals that are interacting with that project, in addition to the state. So after that process, as we're continuing through the granting and the contracting process, we have reached out to each single project, all 25, talked through the new insurance requirements, and was really consulting with them if they have the capacity to afford this additional insurance. And a lot of these additional insurances were specialized activities such as boating, teaching individuals to swim, are you using pesticides, things within the scope of the program, but not necessarily something that would have came forefront to the applicants. So this additional funds that the OCRF Advisory Committee would like to recommend expending is really to bolster these projects that can't afford that additional insurance, break down any barriers to access and really barriers for the project, and really enhance the goal of the OCRF, which is outdoor equity and equity across all of our applicants. So with that, we would be happy to take any questions from the commission on issue 1 or issue 2. Thank you.
Let's start with Commissioner Landmark.
Well, and it's a question for you, Charlotte. Thank you for the presentation. So could you just summarize the discussion that the OCRF Advisory Committee went through and that led to their recommendation just for the commission?
Yes, absolutely. So Chair Wall, Commissioner Loudhart, I'm assuming that question is in relation to the special project. Is that correct? So yes, so the special project that came forward is placed within our expenditure framework for special projects. So that has additional vetting. That is not something that comes forward through our competitive process or our kind of open RFP. Those are projects that come forward first to the special project subcommittee, which consists of 4 advisory committee members. And really within that space, they work with a special project request to really discuss what are the merits of the project, what is the project, and really kind of work through any sort of nuances of improvement for the process. This special project went in front of the special project committee twice, and it was extremely kind of collective and collaborative in the growth of the project. Dr. Jones and the department worked very, very deliberately to address many of the concerns and kind of questions that were raised through the special project process, and really actually brought forward almost a kind of 2.0 project that was really enhanced with collaboration with stakeholders and the individuals that Dr. Jones and the team are planning on interacting with. So after that process, the special project, as you saw today, went in front of the OCRF Advisory Committee, was presented publicly and had quite a bit of conversation within that advisory committee in that public forum to really discuss the project.
And the recommendation for the advisory committee was unanimous. Correct?
It was unanimous.
That's what I was trying to get.
Yes, apologies for that. I gave you the long-winded answer. It was unanimous and there is great support. And the advisory committee wanted to pass on that they were very pleased and thankful for the department and Dr. Jones for that collaborative process and feel that the project is in a much better place and is going to do some really great work.
Yes, thank you for this. And yeah, I was part of, along with Commissioner Hatfield, of the Beaver working group, and I've got the plan here that we were reviewed in our meeting. And it's great to see that with the planning that the department's done and the items that have been listed out, to see some of them coming to fruition. So I really support this. The other thing I do want to bring out is that there are ODFW staff, field staff, who have been working with landowners, and one that comes to mind all the time is Dan Van Dyke down in Central Point, Southwest, and he and his staff have been working, and they can be with landowners to keep beaver have landowners accept beaver and ways to mitigate any impacts. So he would be a great one to interview, and hopefully he has time to do that.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Hatfield.
Yeah, thanks you guys for the presentation. I'm like Commissioner Zarnowitz, was part of the Beaver work group, and was happy to see like sort of the beginning rollout of the Beaver management plan that we're going to get in June. It's really come a long ways, and I love, Sarah, what you're saying about these priority areas and working with key landowners. And I think, I'm sure you guys were following the Riverscapes conference last week that National Marine Fisheries did, which is pretty neat because it intersects a lot with this whole topic. And there were a lot of practitioners on there, and I think there are some areas of interest to try to put that on the ground in the way we intended as part of the beaver work group. So I'm excited about that. On the landowner side, I'm sure you guys are so familiar with everybody involved, but that Jeremy, I'm gonna butcher his last name, Maestas, has done some really incredible work, I think, and has some great visual stories that are good for landowners. Also, the Maggie Creek Ranch in Nevada is a pretty, wrong name of the ranch. Oh, it's not Maggie Creek. That's in, anyway, there's a landowner named John Griggs in Nevada who has done amazing stuff on this front. And so I think it's for landowners to see what we're talking about here. They have to look at the whole landscape differently than they have maybe their entire life. And so those visual images are so powerful. I just support you guys, what you're doing, and thank you for what you're doing. It's exciting.
I have one question, and I'm glad this is where it is. And, go ahead, Commissioner Khalil. I missed your hand up. Go ahead.
It's okay. Hello. Hi, and hi, Megan. It's really good to see you in this space. We've worked together on projects in the past, and so fun kismet. Just wanted to also share my support. The methods that you're using are almost the exact same ones I used in my dissertation with the nexus of communities of practice and social network analysis. And I found it to be enormously interesting using the two together, particularly even getting people to look at their own social network maps and comment on them and talk about why they think their maps show up the way that they do. So just I wanted to share my nerdy joy and excitement for the methods. They're strong, and I think they'll give you a lot of really good insights. And I have lots of little questions, but I will ask those not in this big space. They're very in the weeds, but I'm excited to see what you all find.
Thank you, Commissioner Khalil. Thank you for the report. I have a question about, we are looking to get better at, learn more about how to do things at the landscape scale, so we don't leave pieces out, so we make the connections and that sort of thing. We're also trying to figure out how to do beaver management at that scale, but specifically beaver management for more beaver modified habitat. Which do you think we're going to learn more about, or is there even a way to tell that? Which of those pieces is this project more about? Moving, because we need to get good at both of those, and this will help us probably, but which one is this really aimed at? Landscape scale or beaver modified habitat work and beaver with coexistence issues?
You want to take that, or do you want me?
Chair Wall, thank you for the question. I think that the conversations so far have tried to balance both of those things, and I hope that we can hone in on, we might change depending on what we hear from the interviews, I guess. So some of there may be that adaptive nature of the first round of interviews, but I think there has been a big focus on beaver modified habitat and really thinking about what can private landowners do and what do they need on their scale. So I see that being the most important scale question here is what are the relevant questions for private landowners and what are their needs and how can this larger landscape scale conversation be meshed in with their scale of thinking, with recognition of Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde's point about changes and how opening back up to the landscape scale as well in their own thinking. So I think that's my answer to that.
Anything else you want to add? Okay, thank you. Commissioners, we have two motions to make on this one, and so let's split them. So could we talk about, the first one would be the OCRF project. And we can either ask, we don't have testimony on this one, so we can have discussion or go right into a motion.
You want to do it? You do it. Right?
The beavers.
Hopefully I have the right one here. I move to approve expenditures from the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund of $137,501 for the project Let's Talk About Beavers using social science to reduce conflict and enable coexistence in a changing climate. And you don't want me to do this part? The 8,000?
Let's wait on the 8,000.
Okay.
Let's do this one separate.
Okay, so there's that one.
Second.
Hey, the voice from above.
And this one, let me just make sure that I am not making this messier than we need to. I'll check
Okay.
with- is it better if we just go ahead and make them together instead of separating these?
I don't think it makes a difference.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the expenditures from the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund as read into the record. Are there any questions or further discussion? Seeing none, could we get a roll call vote on this part, and then we'll move to the 8,000 part?
Labhart.
Yes.
Spellbrink.
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde.
Yes.
Khalil.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Zarnowitz.
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. And thank you, and that was unanimous. Could we move to the 8,000, the insurance requirements part, the additional money for insurance requirements? Any additional points or questions? No? You'd like to go ahead and you're on a roll and make another?
I can try to bungle it back together. I move to support the $8,000 insurance requirement for, I'm not going to say this right. For selected projects that were awarded funding on December 16th, 2022 by the commission. How, is that good enough? All right. From the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund.
Thank you. Been moved and seconded to approve the $8,000 to support insurance requirements as read into the record. Any further questions before we go to a vote? Then let's do a roll call part on this part, please.
Labhart.
Yes.
Spellbrink.
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde.
Yes.
Khalil.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Zarnowitz.
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Thank you. Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you very much. Look forward to the result on this one. Yes. Let's move on then and ask the people to come forward for the Access and Habitat Project funding approval and board member appointment. So we have two on this one as well. And it looks like we have Brian Wolfer coming up and Travis Schultz. And if you'll go ahead and introduce yourselves again for the record, of course.
Yes, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the commission, Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Brian Wolfer. I'm the Acting Wildlife Division Administrator. Travis Schultz, our Access and Habitat Coordinator, is going to be presenting this exhibit. But before he begins, I wanted to give a little update on the A&H program. So we're now in our 30th anniversary year for this program. Program was set up to bring hunters and landowners together, and that's what it's doing is bringing hunters and landowners together for the benefit of wildlife. And so hunters are providing funding through surcharge on license purchases and some auction and raffle tags. And then in recent years, we've been able to supplement that with a little bit of farm bill money. And then we're working with willing landowners that are voluntarily entering into agreements. So in our 30 years, we've provided funding for projects that have improved over 2.5 million acres of habitat in Oregon. And we've been averaging around 3.6 to 3.7 million acres of access every year. So great success over our 30 years. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Travis to talk about this round of funding proposals.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher. For the record, I am Travis Schultz, the Access and Habitat Program Coordinator. I have two topics before you today. 3 A&H Board recommended projects and the appointment of a landowner representative to the A&H Board. All right, goes that one first. There are three projects before the A&H, there are three A&H board recommended projects before the commission today. Two are directed at Habitat, the Columbia Plateau, it's shown in green, and the Foster Ranch, shown in red. The third project is a continuation of the OSP enforcement project, shown in blue. First up, the Columbia Plateau Habitat Project will focus on improving grassland structure and forb diversity, protecting riparian vegetation, and enhancing CRP habitat quality, primarily for upland game birds and mule deer. The ODFW SWCD cooperatively funded habitat technician position conducts mid-management work in CRP enrolled acreage. CRP is the Conservation Reserve Program, a grant program through the NRCS, which provides payments to landowners to remove less productive and erosion-prone agricultural croplands from production. Each CRP agreement stipulates that during the term of the agreement, landowners must take a number of mid-management actions from a list of approved conservation practices. The habitat technician working with those landowners on their mid-management. This project's funding will supply the needed materials to implement habitat improvement projects on lands that provide public access. The project incentivizes landowners to enroll in a public access program and ensures that acreage enrolled for mid-management work will focus on benefits to wildlife. The Foster Ranch Habitat and Access Project. The project will utilize open fields fundings to remove over 1,000 acres of encroaching juniper. A&H funds will be used to treat approximately 375 acres of noxious weeds, 450 acres with a seed mix approved by local department staff, and build exclusion fencing to protect approximately 4 acres of aspen. Additionally, the project will provide by permission hunting opportunities during all applicable hunting seasons, including the long season elk damage hunt. The project will assist in alleviating elk damage to surrounding landowners by encouraging elk to remain higher on the Wallowa-Whitman National Forest throughout much of the year. The third project, the OSP Enforcement Project, provides enforcement to 5 A&H TMAs and provides funds for gates on Gustina resources. Additionally, the project extends the East Lane TMA and the Willamette Private Lands projects through June of 2025. The provided enforcement maintains public access to private timberlands. This project requests just over $1 million to provide enhanced OSP enforcement on the A&H TMAs through the next biennium. That is a high-end budget estimate based on OSP's top step in their pay scale as required as part of the contracting budgeting process for police and fire. We expect significant cost savings on this projected amount as we have seen through current invoicing. These are the 5 A&H TMAs covered by the OSP Enforcement Project. The Coos Mountain Access Project will be before the A&H Board in October for renewal of the non-enforcement portion of the project. The Green Diamond Project was recently approved by both the A&H Board and the Commission. The North Coast was approved by the Board and Commission for 5 years, but only included 1 year of OSP funding. The North Coast is approved through the end of the 23-25 biennium. This project will extend the Willamette Private Lands and East Lane TMA to the end of this biennium, the June of 2025. Willamette Private Lands provides approximately 470,000 acres of hunter access, and the East Lane provides just over 39,000 acres of public access. These 5 projects combined provide roughly 52% of the access acreage of the A&H program. Staff recommends funding the 3 projects the A&H Board recommended. Chair Wall, this completes the overview of the projects recommended for funding. At your discretion, I can break here for commission action or continue on to the landowner representative appointment.
Let's see if there are questions. So let's take your suggestion and take it right here and do this one. So
Okay.
go ahead, Commissioner Labhart, and then Commissioner King.
Okay, just a quick question, Travis. So I didn't find in my packet, the voting from the A&H board. Either I've got all the applicants, but I didn't, was the vote unanimous for all these projects, or was there any dissenting views, and if so, why?
All votes were unanimous.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
No, Mr. King.
Thank you, Cheryl. Thanks, Travis, for your presentation. Just a quick question. The first one, the Columbia Plateau. So is that all habitat with no access, whereas the second one has some access? Could you just explain?
Commissioner King, Chair Wall, the Columbia Plateau Habitat Initiative, it provides habitat work on properties that are enrolled in a access program. They provide access through other programs, whether that's through open fields, through A&H in a different project, or through most of those in that area fall within the UCAP, the Upland Cooperative Access Program, which is funded by Bird Stamp, the Upland Bird Stamp funds.
And then the second one, the Foster Ranch, it says right on there, it provides over 7,000 acres of access. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hatfield.
Yeah, a quick comment, and I would be willing to make a motion if we were, okay. Just thank you, and really like to see that we're killing some young junipers out there on the landscape, make things better.
Commissioner Hatfield, could we wait just a second on the motion? Because I have a question.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah. Congratulations on the 30 years, by the way. The question I have, when this has come before us in the past, we've seen mostly access, and we've always asked about that. And the answer has been it's usually harder to get the habitat projects to come forward. So what did you do to get the habitat projects to come forward, or was this kind of luck of the draw?
Chair Wall, a little bit of it is luck of the draw. Part of it is we have a time crunch for work, and then that those projects had been identified, and this was just a funding source for them. But ultimately, it is a little bit of luck on what landowners are looking to do and what they're willing to allow us to kind of dictate for their own personal projects and where they're looking for funding. So the number of projects that have come in as of late is part luck. I like to call it a little bit of skill, but part of skill is making the most of an opportunity.
Well, assume it's skill.
Yep. And if I can add, Chair, we have a number of times where there is other habitat dollars available. And so A&H is coming in on the access side of a bigger project. And so some of those that were access only had habitat work. It's just they didn't need our money to do that. So our money went to the other side of it.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. So thank you. I think, Mr. Hatfield, we're ready for the motion.
Sure. I move to approve the 3 projects recommended for funding by the Access and Habitat Board.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the 3 projects recommended by the Access and Habitat Board. And by the way, we don't have testimony on this one. We didn't just skip it. So could we take, I see no more questions. So roll call vote on this one, please.
King,
Yes.
Khalil,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. So unanimous, and thank you. And so we're back to you, Travis.
Okay, thank you. Applications for the landowner representative vacancy were accepted from October 24th through December 31st of 2022. The department recruited by advertising through the agency website, social media posts, and through a news release. Department staff also contacted both the Oregon Department of Agriculture and the Oregon Department of Forestry, as well as landowner organizations such as the Oregon Forest Industries Council, to canvass Oregon for talented candidates. We received 5 applications by the deadline. The A&H board consists of a chair, 3 landowner representatives, and 3 hunter representatives. Each board member is appointed to a 4-year term and can be reappointed to a second 4-year term. The board members may not serve more than 2 terms consecutively. The current A&H board members with their terms is listed here. William Bronston's second term ends this month, creating the vacancy we're filling. Highlighting the 5 applicants for the current vacancy in order of in alphabetical order on their last name. Ron Borsch, a lifelong hunter who works in the timber industry, including stints providing hunter access to timber company lands. He has served on numerous boards for forestry organizations, including several forest protection associations and watershed councils. Ron previously served as a landowner representative on the A&H board. Statute allows for 2 consecutive 4-year terms, but individuals may be reappointed again after taking some time away from the A&H board. Chase Kenyon is an OSU graduate and avid hunter who regularly utilizes A&H access areas and runs the LOP program for the company he works for. He serves on the Eastern Lane Forest Protection Association as well. Eric Kranzish is a dedicated hunter working in the forest industry with experience on committees for OFIC and the National Society of American Foresters, including leadership positions for both as well as for hunting organizations. Tally Patton served on numerous committees for OFIC, testified before Oregon's Fish and Wildlife Commission, Board of Forestry, and the legislature. She has served on the A&H board, first as a landowner representative and then as board chair. As mentioned above, she is eligible to serve again as she has taken time away from the board. Roberta Valadeo, lifelong rancher serving on numerous committees for the Farm Bureau, including leadership positions. She was a member of the Cattlewomen with leadership positions at the county and state level. Additionally, she has served on committees for the NRCS and FSA. Wildlife Division, in consultation with Director Melcher, recommends to appoint Ronald Borsch as the landowner representative to the A&H board. That ends my presentation. I can take any questions that you may have.
Any question already, Commissioner Lampard?
Well, it's not a question, it's just a comment. This is really good to see. We have 5 fully qualified, well-qualified applicants. I'm just so pleased that we've got that kind of interest in A&H and that they're all really highly qualified. I did reach out to a couple of our stakeholders and we really couldn't get anywhere with them because they're saying they're all qualified and they're all really good. So it's like punted back to us. So, but you know, no matter who we choose, it's going to be a good candidate.
Commissioner, thank you. Commissioner Spilberg, go ahead.
Thank you, Joel. Yeah, I was actually the same thing. I was glad to see a staff recommendation because in the packet we didn't see one, and same with that Dr. Commissioner Lampard, and we kind of looked around and they were also well qualified. So I was kind of glad to see a staff recommendation for the lead officer.
I do have one quick question on it because it's easy to see how these are fairly close in terms of hard to go wrong. Why did you go with somebody that had already been on rather than spread the wealth or whatever you want to call it in terms of getting new people on? I'm just curious if there was any reason on that, or this one was a tough one to choose.
It absolutely was. Ultimately, it just came down to what the information that was provided in their applications. That was really what the deciding factor was. Ron has a phenomenal reputation, as do most of these individuals that applied. I should say all of the individuals that applied. It was down to just a really minute, tiny little things. They both had all had experience on boards, but Ron also providing access directly, a little more work with hunters was just that tiny bit, but they're all super close. So it was a very difficult decision on our end as well.
Thank you. I do agree with Commissioner Lampard on this one. It's, you know, usually agencies are in a position of trying to beat the bushes and get people to apply. And it's just remarkable to have good people applying to these and being interested in this stuff. So Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, you look like you.
Yeah,
You're
I
ready.
just want to say thank you too, and to all the people who have applied, and that this program has been around for 30 years and has a good active board. So appreciate everybody being interested in this.
Any more remarks, or are we ready for a motion on this part?
I guess I'll make a motion. I would move to appoint Ron Borish to serve a 4-year term as a landowner representative on the Access and Habitat Board.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to appoint Ron Borish to the Access and Habitat Board. I see no more questions. Commissioner Hatfield, 5 years is just that from before, right?
No.
Just checking. So could we have a roll call vote?
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Khalil,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I would also make a motion that Brian have green cupcakes in celebration of the 30th anniversary for lunch today. We'll just provide those. So 30th anniversary of A&H now.
I'm sure that one will pass unanimously.
Dies for a lack of a second, darn it.
Good luck with that, Brian. Thank you both very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And please pass along our thanks to the people who applied for this. Let's go to the commercial market squid fishery regulations, and we have, I believe, Greg Kritzkowski. And hopefully you will say your name again when you get here, and also John North. So thank you, and we'll go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the commission, and Director Melcher. My name is Greg Kritzkowski, and I am part of the Marine Resources Program at ODFW, stationed out in Newport, Oregon. And I'm here today to talk to you about the commercial market squid fishery. And the reason that we're actually here is specifically because back in February of 2022, the commission directed staff to investigate the putting a prohibition on light boats and the issue of light boats in general. So that's what we're going to talk about today. And let's see if I can make this work. Page down.
Yeah, it's a little
Quicker.
and you have to flick it behind your shoulder apparently.
This way? Yeah. So the computer won't do it.
No. It's like neither will that.
Right. Okay, so just a quick outline of my presentation. I'm going to give you a little bit of background about the biology and ecology of market squid, the fishery and its management in Oregon, and an update on the fishery. And then an examination of the light boat prohibition. We give you some results of 2 surveys that we did, one with the catcher vessels and one online survey open to a much wider group of people and interested parties in the fishery. And then also we did a bit of a literature search as well and talked with our colleagues in California where there is a much bigger market squid fishery. And then I'll go over the commission action and options for today. So we are dealing with a single species, market squid. It used to be called loligo by the genus, but now it's Dorioteuthis. It's a short-lived animal. They live less than a year. The average age of harvest in California is about 6 months. So twice over a year, they're reproducing and coming back to spawn. The spawning aggregations happen at the end of their life. They get big aggregations of males and females. The females spawn many different times, multiple times. They lay these eggs in a big egg case, and the eggs are on the bottom in these things that are called mops, and they spread out over the bottom. They do this in shallow water, relatively shallow water. And in Oregon, it's in the spring and the fall. They hatch in about 3 to 8 weeks. They move out as they grow. They move off the shelf into deeper water, out into the shelf, and they grow and mature, and then they come back in to spawn again in 6 months later. So one of the things that has been shown to affect their distribution and abundance are marine heat waves. And the picture over on the left is from August of last year, 2022. And you can see all that red color there is the amount that in degrees centigrade that it is above normal. The blue colors would be below normal. And you can see that was a pretty big marine heat wave. And if you look at the graph on the right, going all the way back to 1982, we have records of marine heat waves. And you can see in about 2014 to 16, that was the biggest, known as the blob. And we've since had one again in 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. And the one that it's still ongoing right now, even into 2023. It is a little bit further offshore, but these are becoming more frequent over time. And this is the fourth largest one that we have ever had in terms of its coverage of the entire U.S. exclusive economic zone. So market squid are part of the forage base for lots of different species, fish, marine mammals, seabirds. There are no known specialists on market squid, right? Many of these predators, they can switch their prey. They will eat lots of different things. Like many coastal pelagic species, market squid are known to have boom and bust population cycles. They're also affected by El Nino, La Nina, and they're more productive in our northern areas during the El Nino or the warmer conditions. And in California, more so during the La Nina conditions. And again, as I said earlier, the recent increase off Oregon has been related to the marine heat waves, and that was found in that Chasko et al. Paper, which I think is referenced in your agenda item summary. One of the things that's kind of interesting, these graphs that you see here are from the last ecosystem status report that was just given at the March Pacific Fishery Management Council. And you can see that coast-wide, market squids seem to be on the increase right now. But in the northern part of the California current, the catch per unit effort is actually going down in the last few years. Our biggest catch, as you will see shortly, was in 2020. And we are now in the third year in a row of La Nina conditions. So that means colder waters along our coast. And it's supposed to change to what they call ENSO neutral, or in the next, as the spring approaches. But we'll see, because those data keep getting updated. So you can see that we have had market squid landings in Oregon going back to the 80s. And you might remember there was a big El Nino in 82, 83, and we had market squid shortly after that. We had a little bit landed in the 90s, but the big fishery really started in 2016. And we've had quite a number of different boats that have been involved in the fishery, but the biggest year that our biggest catch was about 10 million pounds, and that was in 2020. And you can see it has declined the last couple of years. Landings were fourth highest on record in 2022 at about 5,500 or 5,500,000 pounds. I usually think in metric tons, so sorry. So landings usually occur from March through October in this most recent time period. So the current fishery regulations, you folks are very aware of what they are. You put in a number of them in recent years, but there is a harvest guideline at which we have a public meeting and determine if the fishery should keep going. We hear about concerns that the fishermen have, observations from on the water. We formed a market squid advisory panel. We have now a 2-day per week closure to ensure that there is adequate opportunity for these market squid to spawn. There are certain areas that are closed, some of the marine protected areas, as well as all of the marine reserves. And there are gear regulations that were put in place to help reduce bycatch and limit net size. There's no reduction fishery for these. These are high value for the market, a lot of calamari. Logbooks are required in the fishery, and there are limits on bycatch for other coastal pelagic species, things like sardine and smelt, and there's specific requirements for handling prohibited species, such as salmon, that have to be let go live. That frequently asked questions portion on the right, it's obviously too small to read. You shouldn't even be trying to do that, but that was just updated to as part of going through this, we found that the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and OSP had been misinterpreting a rule and statute that is in place. The seine skiffs do have to have a commercial fishing boat license, and we have already gone about updating it in our FAQ. We've done a lot of outreach to the fleet, and so that they are aware of that. That is a statute, it's not a rule, and it was a misinterpretation on our part. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. So the commission directed staff to examine prohibiting light boats. And here you see a picture of a catcher vessel in the middle and 2 light boats over on the side. And light boats have been used in the California market squid fishery for more than 100 years. In 1863, fishermen rowed out with a light in the bow till they came upon a group of market squid, which then were attracted to the light. 2 other boats with a large net came and scooped up the, some of the squid. And so it's been in place for more than 100 years. And these lights are used in a variety of squid fisheries throughout the world. In our literature search and in our discussions with colleagues in California, we have not heard about any sustainability concerns for the use of light boats in the market squid fishery. In California, they do have a fishery management plan. They've had it in place since 2005, and there are limits on the number of boats that can fish for market squid, as well as limits on the number of light boats down there. In Oregon, we've had about 4 to 6 light boats per year. We got that information primarily from our market squid advisory panel. We did put, the commission did add the requirement for light boats to submit a logbook. And 2022 was the first year that we got a complete year of logbooks. And again, we got 6 that year. Tell you a little bit more about that shortly too. So we did 2 surveys, and this was after consulting with our Market Squid Advisory Panel, and they suggested that that was a great idea. We did one just to the 57 boats that have landed market squid since 2016. And we got more than half of them sent responses in. We also did an online survey that was open to all interested parties in the market squid fishery, and wide variety of different people identified themselves and their interest in the market squid fishery and responded. So, 453 responses. Not everybody responded to every single question in that survey. In terms of the catcher vessel responses, I'll go through those pretty quickly. 61%, 19 of the 31 that responded said that they had used a light boat. And of those, 16 of those 19, provided estimates of the catch, and it varied from 0 to 80% of their catch while they were using a light boat. And you can see that it was a pretty sort of even split with the graph over on the right. You had 5 people said it was less than 20%, 5 people said it was 50% or more. 6 estimates were between 20 and 50%. And some of the estimates were very specific. In certain years, it was, more, or certain years it was less, or they only used it for a couple of years. We also looked at the 6 light boat logbooks that we got from 2022, and they indicate that those 6 light boats assisted 9 of the 25 catcher vessels that made landings in 2022, or 36% of the fleet. In catching approximately 1.7 million pounds, and that's only about 31% of the total that was caught in 2022. I will say that these numbers are just a little bit out of date because I just received a light boat logbook, or a few light boat logbooks, the other day. So those numbers are probably a little low, so you should be aware of that. Oops. Now this graph is a little bit hard to look at. We asked in the catcher vessel survey for responses for whether their first preference was to rank 3 options, right? All light boats prohibited, which you see in blue, all light boats free to operate, which you see in gray, or a limited number of light boats should be allowed. And the clear first choice was that 19 of the 31 preferred prohibiting all light boats. But many of them, it's kind of like having a 3-party, sort of thing where you've got limited number or all free to operate. You get those sort of splits. But combining those, 15 of those, the respondents, said, well, we should have at least some light boats. And so that's how I think is the best way to look at that first option. Option number 2, fishermen are very creative people. They chose not to provide a rank number 2. More than 65% of them did not choose anything for rank number 2. Rather, they put 2 choices as number 1 and 2 choices as number 3. And that's why we have a lot of number 3s there. But the, for number 3, all light boats allowed was overwhelmingly, or I should say the highest number that was provided there, or the first the choice. We also asked about interactions with crab pots and bycatch, and do light boats affect that? And most thought that light boats have no effect on either crab pots or on bycatch. And that was, 15 and 12 on those. Many thought that using light boats actually decreased interactions with crab pots and bycatch. And a minority thought that light boats increased interaction with crab pots and light boats. You'll note that these responses by the catcher vessels are very different from the responses of the online survey for this particular question or these two questions. So we also asked for comments on anything else related to light boats, and we got 17 comments. About 55% of the responses provided comments, and they were a wide range. Things like they're not needed, to they are essential and required. Things like they only benefit a few, to things like they provide economic opportunity for smaller boats. They reduce fuel consumption, and it makes it more efficient for people to go out and search with these smaller boats rather than with the larger, less fuel efficient boats. And a lot of those surveys responses are summarized in your agenda item summary. I'm just giving you a couple examples there. So moving on to the online survey. So again, we asked people to identify themselves, what's their interest in the fishery? And, you can see that potential future harvesters were the greatest number of people. You have to realize that there were 449 responses, but people are selecting all that apply. So you've got 656 responses for those 449 people. So potential harvesters came out highest. Participants in other fisheries, crab, trawling, all kinds of other fisheries were the second largest number. And many of these people participate not only in fisheries in Oregon, but also in other states as well. Processors and members of the general public or just interested parties came in fourth after the current or recent harvesters. So pretty good idea of who was responding there. Now, in terms of the very clear results for the rank on what their preference were. The first one is prohibit all light boats. Their second choice was all light boats allowed. And their third rank or least preferred option was a limited number of light boats. Very, very clear results, overwhelming in each of those cases. And again, asking about the use of light boats, does it affect bycatch? 76% of the online responders thought that it did increase bycatch. When we asked about, interactions with crab pots, almost 75% thought that it increased interactions with crab pots. Again, different from the catcher vessels. Seine skiffs, what are they? Seine skiffs are used to help set purse seine nets around a school of coastal pelagic species, whether it's sardine, anchovy, market squid, mackerel, or herring in Yaquina Bay for the roe herring fishery. There's a picture of a light boat over on the left, a picture taken from the air of a light boat or a seine skiff that has helped set the net and is towing the catcher vessel away from the net so that it doesn't drift in towards the net. And then a picture over on the right of a seine skiff during the day with the squid fishery that was taken fairly recently. Seine skiffs do need a commercial fishing boat license. And I was directed to make sure that you're aware that this is a change from the past. We have had, sardine fishery, going back to 1948. We've never required that of them from our perspective in the past, but that was a misinterpretation of the statute. As we investigated this, we defined the light boat to help distinguish it we defined a seine skiff to help distinguish it from a light boat, because the seine skiffs, sometimes they also will have lights on them to help attract the market squid. And they are used at the direction of the catcher vessel to help them. They are different than the light boat, which is independent of the catcher vessel. So as we were investigating this, that's how we discovered that statute and corrected it. And with that, a little bit of the options and staff recommendations. Staff found that there are strong opinions, both for and against the use of light boats in the market squid fishery. We do not have a recommendation on a light boat prohibition. This was initiated by the commission, and it's a socioeconomic issue. We don't see it as a resource issue, and we will leave this as a policy call for the commission and don't have a recommendation. Staff do recommend adopting the definition of a seine skiff. It's not an absolute requirement. It won't change whether or not they need to get a commercial fishing boat license, but we do recommend that you do. In terms of commission actions, the commission could do any of the following. They can adopt the amendments to the OARs in Division 4 and 5 as presented. They can revise the presented OARs to allow a limited number of light boats. They could adopt a definition of the seine skiff, but not the prohibition on light boats. Or they can choose to do nothing and leave it at status quo. And with that, I will present you with a draft motion consistent with option 1 for prohibiting light boats, since that's what was asked and it's there. And with that, I can take questions.
Commissioners, let's do key questions that you have right now. Go ahead, Bob. And we do have 6 people who would like to testify on this, so you'll get another chance to ask questions to staff when they come back up after testimony. But if there are questions now to staff, go ahead. Let's go with yours.
Thank you, Wall. As far as productive areas on the coast, do you have any data that, are squid mostly over a wide area? Or I know most of my knowledge is a lot of the production comes out of kind of rather smaller areas.
Yeah, the area has expanded from 2016 to, 2020 was probably, and in 2021, 2022, yeah, it's pretty far north and south now. It goes all the way down to, Brookings area, and it's been up a little bit north of Cape Kiwanda area as well. But a lot of the landings and the effort as well has been concentrated in along the central coast. But we're certainly seeing landings down in Brookings and further north as well.
Probably not quite as widespread as California.
No, well, California, the fishery really takes place in 2 different places. One down in Southern California, a lot of it out near the Channel Islands, and the other one in Monterey. Now, whether or not that's where the resource is a different question, because the fishermen go where they have oftentimes where they've gotten them in the past, if it's reliable, and they go there again and again, and also where it's convenient for them to, and where there's, they can bring it back in, and there's processing capabilities as well. So those are the 2 places that it's primarily is Southern California and Monterey area.
I went online and pulled up some, basics on the California fisheries and the on the squid fishery. And I did notice that let's see, in Monterey Bay, there is a prohibition on the use of lifeboats. And that since 1999, there's restrictions, a prohibition on lifeboats in Monterey Bay. So that part of the fishery does not use lifeboats.
Yeah, there are a number of places that there are prohibitions on light boats. Some places are near bird areas, near the Farallon Islands. I believe that there's a prohibition as well. Part of the input that that they got when they put their fishery management plan in place was, for public, and, some of the public didn't want the lights at night shining in their windows of their $5 million homes and things like that. So that was part of the consideration that I think went into some of the prohibitions in some of the locations.
I think that's all I have right now.
Thank you for the report and all the details on the surveys that you did. On bycatch, are crab and fish in general attracted to lights at night?
I can't say for sure what the answer is. Some fish can be attracted by lights. Some fish are not attracted by lights. You probably are aware that, they have put now little glow sticks or little lights on the foot rope of the shrimp fishery trawls. And the Eulicon actually go under the net. They put it on the bottom. And so it helps to, eliminate bycatch in that fishery. So every species is a little bit different in terms of its reactions to lights. I know things like marbled murrelets, they actually, when they catch them to tag them, they actually use lights. And one of the reasons that they found that was the case is because when they were out on boats at night, they found that the birds were attracted to the lights. So there's every species is a little bit different. And I haven't looked at all of the different species in detail to give you precise answers. Sorry about that.
John, you had a
yeah, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, like Commissioner Spellbrink, I'm not an expert on the market squid, so I've been doing a lot of researching too, and I found one thing that addresses your question that was interesting, that the Monterey Bay Aquarium has certified the fishery as, I think it's a best choice, they called it, because of its sustainability and low bycatch they mentioned. But I think northern anchovy was one species of, not concerned, but that gets encountered as bycatch. So they noted that.
I have one more question. So we don't keep track of bycatch?
We do.
Oh,
yeah, we do. It's on the fish tickets that, as I mentioned in the fishery management slide, there is, they do need to, the processors, when they get the catch, they need to provide information on all of the bycatch. And, one of the things that the commission did was put in that ribline requirement of, being up higher. And we don't really have quite enough data yet to analyze and determine if it's had significant decrease in the amount of bycatch. But overall, the fishery, the bycatch is less, or I should say incidental catch, it's a combination of the two, actually. It's less than 1% of the total that is landed. It's really purse seine fisheries, surprisingly, to many people, it's a surprise, but they are actually very clean fisheries. They get the target species and they don't get a lot of other species.
Thank you. I have a couple questions and then I think we should have the people testify. But the question I have is, when you talked about the surveys that you did, and it seems like they were fairly, we did some serious survey stuff. Did we only talk to, including the online stuff, did we only talk to people that were involved in this fishery? Or did we also talk, for instance, to people doing marine food chain work or conservation work along the coast?
So the online survey went to, I believe, all registered commercial fishery vessels in Oregon, and it went out with a please tell your friends or let anyone else that you think about know. And we do have some folks that are on our email list that are parts of NGOs, environmental NGOs, and that. So it's a wide variety. And as you saw, people who said that they were members of the public or have a general interest were one of the higher, 102, I believe, was the number. And that's a pretty high, number of the responses that we got there.
One follow-up question is that we have, on parts of the coast, we have particularly rich nesting seabird colonies, and we have those populations. Do we know anything about the connections with those and these light boats?
Well, one of the biggest nesting seabird areas is right at Yaquina Head, right, where you've got that really big muir colony. You also have seabirds, the marbled murrelet is nesting in a little bit further south from there and inland quite a ways. And again, not a lot known particularly about their attraction to light boats per se, but lights in general. There is, certainly the marbled murrelets are attracted to lights, but lots of fishing boats have lights. They have these big sodium lights out in front of them. The crabbers have them. Trawlers use lights. So there's a lot of boats with lights out there. And, in terms of the 4 or 5 light boats that have their lights directed downward to attract that rather than outward, my gut feeling, and again, it is just that. I do not claim to be an expert on every species out there and its relationship with light. But I would think that those 4 or 5 light boats are probably not a huge problem for those nesting seabirds.
Thank you. Then I don't see other questions, so I think we'll go ahead and start with the people who are here to testify. The first 3 are Houston Vaughn, Nicholas Jerkovich, and Ross Jefferson. And then the next 3 after that, Jeff Oliver, Joe Mulkey, and Josh Whaley. So could we have the first 3? The first 4 are on? 2. Oh, virtual. All right. Okay, let's go ahead then with the Houston Vaughn and then Nicholas.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Just a quick one. I know it's going to cut into my 3 minutes, but Spellbrink had mentioned that light boats are prohibited in Monterey Bay. And that is a very generalization. There is a specific area that, again, a long time ago, someone was on a personal vendetta. And there is a latitude probably 10 or 15 miles above the actual fishing zone where we catch any kind of volume, where there is a light boat prohibition. It's Pigeon Point north to, I believe, Point Reyes or Salmon Creek or something. I just wanted to make note of that. I'd like to continue and start my 3 minutes. My name is Houston Vaughn, second generation fisherman and owner operator of the same vessel Revival. I am a squid fisherman on the Oregon coast, and I also own an Oregon limited entry Dungeness crab permit as well. It is well known that the new focal point of this commission meeting and the future of this fishery has switched from finding a sustainable avenue for the success of this open access fishery to sold on ourselves a disservice by using the department's resources to only come up with language for that new ask from the commissioners. I don't believe there was one MSAP meeting conducted in the last year since that ask of Commissioner Spellbrink to prohibit light boats. The up and coming popularity and interest of possible limited entry in the state of Oregon for the market squid fishery has divided us considerably. It appears there is a handful of fishermen, prominently locals, who would have been advocating local officials on how to approach managing this fishery, and are being heard because of their residential status, which in my opinion is not just. I know politics can become the focal point when debating regulations, and residents can have a heavy hand in that aspect, but should include science and decades of experience, such as fishermen who initially sought market squid on the Oregon coast and those members handpicked to populate the MSAP. The fishermen who have been interacting and sustainably harvesting squid in California for the last half a century. There's a lot to agree on, but there's also a lot to disagree on when it comes to managing market squid, and it is no secret the squid are a very unique species. California fishermen have been harvesting these species for decades with lights and purse seines because Oregon squid is such a new fishery and the local fleet is learning as they go, picking up strategies over the years. By watching the experienced California fishermen, they are not fully in tune to why and how we use the light boat. Most Oregon fishermen have an opinion to eliminate them because they don't have them or do not want the extra investment to acquire them. There have been roughly 15 light boats that have made the journey from California, put their lives at risk on the open ocean like all of us do. They have invested their time and efforts as well in pursuing Oregon market squid. The light boat in the market squid fishery, in whatever state it may be, is a vital and important asset in the industry and has been for decades. The light boat seiner relationship has harmoniously and sustainably for those same years operated without complication. The owners and operators of these vessels have the same rights to the resource as the same boats do. California has carried out studies and has research and regulations on the market squid industry. They chose and have shown beyond doubt that light boats are an essential asset to the fishery. Also, to strengthen our position, there is not a seine boat in California fishery that operates their business without a light boat in the market squid fishery. The light boat operator is the true finder of the fish, and the seiner is more or less the harvester packer of their finding. There is a true value to the light boat in the rapidly progressing Oregon market squid fishery. There are many participating fishermen that would like to see the light boat included as we move forward regulating and sustaining this resource on the Oregon coast. Thank you for your time, commissioners.
Thank you. Let's go ahead. Jerkovich, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Nicholas Jerkovich III, and I'm a fourth generation commercial fisherman. I also have 25 years of experience in the commercial fishing industry with a heavy focus in commercial fishing squid. Unfortunately, today I'm unable to attend. I'm at my grandmother's celebration of life and unable to be there. I'm taking time to voice my concerns because I worry about the direction the Oregon market squid fishery is headed. Spending time focusing on eliminating light boats this early into the development of the fishery is wrong. If being proactive is the intent, the focus should be put on forming limited entry and actually trying to protect the resource. Anyone that knows anything about fishing squid would tell you that using a light boat is an essential tool in the fishery. This was also simple. The California squid fishery has been one of the best fisheries on the West Coast for decades. We had a blueprint and a few minor tweaks which we implemented, such as the rib line, and the Oregon squid fishery would have been a viable option for fishermen trying to earn a living. Today, you all have a major decision to make, and from where I stand, you've only heard one side of the argument. I urge you to take a step back and get a better understanding of the consequences that'll come from eliminating light boats. Jobs will be lost, there will be a negative impact on the environment, and investments will be destroyed. The real way to be proactive is to start the process of limited entry. Please don't let the opinions of a few misguided and uninformed fishermen determine the future of the Oregon market squid fishery. Back in the February of 2022 Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife Commission meeting, Commissioner Hatfield Hyde spoke to the point of making sure that, and I quote, people don't run out and spend $200,000, end of quote, investing in light boats for Oregon squid. I appreciated her sentiment and the point she was making, but the problem is she was already too late. People, including myself, had already made these sizable investments, and now we are faced with these investments being rendered worthless. Take a step back and look at the big picture. What happens in a season when squid show up in abundance and open access is still allowed? There could easily be 60 or 70 seiners there harvesting squid. The fishery has already seen a season with roughly 40 to 50 participants. How will eliminating just a few light boats make any difference at all? My father and I were one of the first boats there to catch squid on the Oregon coast since the fishery revitalized back in 2016. Without our investments, sacrifices, and hard work, the likelihood of this fishery becoming what it is today is decreased. The real and honest truth, this fishery can sustain 15 to 20 seiners. Limited entry is the real opportunity to, using Commissioner Spellbrink's word, stop the race to overcapitalization. Having a fishery with unlimited number of participants is an exact contradiction to Commissioner Spellbrink's respectable concern. This is not the time to be destroying people's investments and eliminating jobs. Let's stop wasting everyone's time and worrying about a small number of light boats and instead find a real path of making Oregon market squid fishery for the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nicholas. And I don't see questions at this point from the commissioner, so we'll go on to Rob Jefferson. I believe it's in the room. Please. If you'll introduce yourself for the record as well. If you'll introduce yourself for the record when you get here. While you're getting settled, then after Ross is Jeff Oliver, Joe Mulkey, and Doc Wally.
Okay, my name is Jefferson Ross. Hello, I go by JD. Hello, my name is JD Ross. I'm a squid fisherman with 30 years experience, most of that time running light boats. This is how I make a living and feed my family. I'm having a hard time understanding how we were allowed to invest in and operate light boats in Oregon over the past 7 years. And now with the wants of a few fishermen, we could lose our livelihoods and investments. There are 15 plus light boat owners and operators working in Oregon at this point, and we are at risk of losing everything. This means at risk with no studies and no scientific data. Some fishermen need light boats. They want light boats. They need them. Catching squid without a light boat is very difficult and inefficient way to do it. This has been proven over the 40 documented years of using light boats in California. California has had a strict requirement on logbooks for many years for squid seiners and light boats. California also gave out limited entry permits, which limited the number of light boats and seiners who can participate in the squid fishing in California. With these regulations, California successfully run a commercial squid fishery. They in no way have found light boats detrimental to the industry, environment, or other fisheries. Light boats are a well-known vital instrument in the California squid industry. The light boat is a necessary tool for catching squid. Oftentimes in California, squid seiners won't even leave the dock to fish without their light boats. They are aware their chances of catching decrease significantly. I think the simplest solution is if you want to take a crack at squid fishing and you don't want to pay for a light boat, don't use one. It's that simple, but don't make everybody who needs a light boat suffer because you don't want one. I would like to read a quote from your staff in attachment 2 under the fiscal and economic impact. Quote, the proposed rule would have significant negative economic impacts on the participants who have already invested in light boats for the use in Oregon fisheries and is likely to reduce harvest efficiency for those same vessels that have used light boats in the past, end quote. My question is, why would you propose rules that would significant negative economic impacts on fishermen and their families? These jobs are necessary for safe and efficient harvest of squid, which pose no biological danger to the resource. You have yet to prove otherwise. I'm going to read another quote from your staff, attachment 1, bottom of the 3rd paragraph. Understanding the socioeconomic impact of the light boat in this fishery is beyond the scope of the staff's capacity and the available data. End quote. I think it's safe to say the prohibition of light boats is about the wants of a few fishermen with zero studies and scientific data to back it up. I do not believe It is the proper decision to move forward with this light boat prohibition without conducting a small business economic impact study. There are too many businesses and jobs on the line to make a decision with the lack of studies and scientific data at this time. To recap my points. 1, there's 40 years of scientific data showing that light boats work. They are an intricate part of the squid fishing, posing no biological threat to the squid fishing industry. 2, wants and needs. A few fishermen don't want light boats, but many squid fishermen need light boats and understand how inefficient and difficult it is to catch squid without a light boat. 3, why are you eliminating 15 small businesses that were allowed to keep operating and investing in their operations over the last 7 years without any inclination that they could be prohibited because of a few fishermen's wants and greed? Please elaborate on the following statement. The proposed rules would have significant negative economic impacts on the participants who have already invested in light boats for use in Oregon fishery. It is likely to reduce harvest efficiency for those same vessels that used light boats in the past. Number 5, another quote, understanding the socio-economic impact of the light boats in this fishery is beyond the scope of this staff's capacity and available data. This clearly states there's not enough data or science at this time to move forward with prohibiting light boats from operating in Oregon waters. 6, many of the fishermen involved see a need for a small business impact survey before moving on the light boat prohibition meeting, as there seems to be a serious lack of scientific data on and off the water. I'd like to talk about one more thing here. There's one more thing. Sorry, I'm not very good at
You're about
speaking.
to wrap up, right?
I'm real
You're
close.
over your time. Yeah.
One more point of interest. We would also like to point out that the seiner is essentially a light boat. It anchors, it lights up, and it tracks squid. They can set each other. You get rid of the light boats. These guys can still set each other, and they are light boats. And their lights are actually way more visible from the shoreline if that is a problem. They're twice as high, and they throw a light pattern a lot further than a light boat. A light boat doesn't have to be very far offshore to not see their light because they're so low to the water. One other thing I was going to answer, you asked about bycatch. We have electronics on the light boats. We attract the squid. They're underneath our boats. We have what you call a fathometer, and we call it our up and down, and it has 2 different sides to it. One side shows finfish with a swim bladder. So I can look at my low side and say, okay, look, I got junk. We call it junk. We call finfish. That's our saying. But say, okay, I got junk on my low side. Don't set. So we help make it cleaner. I know, I have my instruments tuned. I know squid on my high side. They only mark on the high side. Fish with a swim bladder mark on the low. And then if there's any question at all, I have a jig. I drop a jig, I pull 5 squid. Okay, it's clean. Let's set. Let's do it. It's clean. So we also help with not catching bycatch. And anyways, thanks for letting me speak today. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah. The other 3 people are in the room, correct?
It's Nicholas Jerkovich Jr. And Nick Jerkovich the third spoke. Nick Jerkovich Jr. would like to speak.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Are they all signed up?
No, what? Go ahead, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Nick Jerkovich Jr. I'm one of 4 generations of Oregon commercial fishermen. And I'm also a member of the Market Squid Advisory Panel. It saddens me to think that the decision possibly to eliminate light boats from the squid fishery could be a foregone conclusion. With the views of a small group of local, inexperienced squid fishermen, which I believe purposely misled Commissioner Spellbrink and ODFW to outlaw light boats for their own personal gain. In all of my years of serving and fishing on boards of on advisory boards in Washington for sardines, in Oregon for sardines, and on an advisory board for limited entry and squid regulations in California. I have never witnessed a handful of fishermen attempt to misinform those in charge for their own benefit. To eliminate light boats without data, only opinions, is wrong and short-sighted. Taking these jobs away after 6 years of making investments worthless and simple, it is simply discrimination. In conclusion, light boats and seiners have operated together for 40 years in California with unprecedented 2022 California squid fishery abundance. The rules are in place for Oregon simply to replicate. The greed, lack of knowledge, lack of scientific data, and inexperience of a few fishermen should not be allowed to control the fishery. I'm sorry that I can't be there. I had a prior engagement, but this is very serious to me, and I believe it's very serious to the state of Oregon. I'm not sure that eliminating light boats is going to definitely do any possibly good. I can tell you I don't believe so, but I do think moving forward with limited entry for the seiners and not trying to eliminate guys, trying to make it fair. I think to make things fair and equal to everyone is what we need to do. So anyhow, I appreciate your time, and I would be more than happy to answer any questions, being that I do have some 50 years of commercial fishing up and down this coast. And I have been at times called to Sacramento to testify as an expert in this commercial fishing. So I have a lot of answers, but I don't get very many questions. Once again, I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time and for your testimony. And I don't see questions at this point. So we will go ahead with Jeff Oliver. And if Joe Mulkey and Josh are in the room, if you want to come up at the same time, and then we can just call on you sequentially.
Hello.
So Jeff, if you want to start, and if you'll introduce yourself
Okay.
into the record.
I'm Jeff Oliver, owner operator, fishing vessel Nordic Valor. I'm a member of the Oregon Squid Advisory Panel. I'm a squid fisher. I'm also a crabber and a member of the Newport Crab Association. And I've been asked by the crabbers and the squid fishers who are unable to be here to represent them. And so there's kind of two sides, being a crabber and also from a squid fisher. From a crabber standpoint, there is pot loss that is caused by this, not only the light boats, but also the squid fleet. Me personally last year, 27 pots were lost. Unlike California, Oregon and squid fishers, crabbers share the same grounds. California, to the best of my knowledge, there isn't crab gear in the same area so we collectively, we need to get together and figure out a way to do it. From the crab fleet, they're attracted as a victory for potential pot loss by the reduction or the prohibition of light boats, meaning less traffic on the crab grounds. Seeing it personally, when I know the term light boat, but being on the grounds, when a boat is lit, there's like an unwritten eighth of mile separation. But if a boat moves from one spot to another in the night, that hey, I'm not lighting any squid, I want to move, they turn their lights off in respect to the other boats to not draw their squid away. By doing so, they're running through the crab grounds, which are running over pots. So last year I lost 27 pots, or call it $10,000 to replace that same gear at $400 a pot. So from the crab side, the reduction or the removal of light boats is a carrot or a victory to say like, hey, Oregon's making an effort for the crab fishers. From a squid fisherman and representing those guys and also being a squid fisherman, I feel that I'm not as accomplished as some of these fourth generation. I don't have 50 years, but I can also look at you and say, I've never used a light boat. I'm a successful fisherman. I've learned through error and trial to set at night by myself. I feel I'm probably 85% efficient at night, but being 85% efficient means they're escapement. I'm not catching them all. There's escapement, which is also attraction to the crab fleet, because when the squid spawn, they die, they feed the crab, it's the whole atmosphere. And so being a squid fisherman, knowing I can look at you and say, you don't have to have a light boat to catch squid. And being out there on the grounds, the reduction of the fleet on the grounds is what we're talking about. And I'm asking you, it's been noted today, a few fishermen who are uneducated. Well, it's been proven by the fleet survey and an online survey that 78% of the people are for the prohibition of light boats. And so I'm here for that and representing the people. How do I present this to you to do my job when they asked me to come here? And as I sit here, behind you, you got the American flag, you got the Oregon state flag, and quote, to protect and enhance Oregon's fish and wildlife and their habitats for use and enjoyment by present and future generations. This is your chance. No light boats, please.
Thank you. We don't have questions, but don't go away, please. So could we go then to Joe? Oh.
That's me.
Okay.
I'm Joe Mulkey. I'm a second generation fisherman, I guess. I represent, we have the fishing vessel Pearl J, which we squid seine with, and we participate in the crab fishery amongst other fisheries. Also, we have the fishing vessel Pacific Merit, which we use as a light boat. So I have fished a couple years without a light boat, and then last year I used a light boat for the entire season. We were very successful in the fishery without a light boat. It's kind of one of those deals, though, that if people are going to be using light boats, you have to use one to be competitive. I would say that in last year, using a light boat, we caught probably 30 to 40% more product than we would have not using a light boat. And that is my concern, that we're potentially too productive with the use of light boats. I know, there's always the comparison to California that it's not hurting anything down there. It's a sustainable fishery. Oregon isn't California. It's a much smaller fishery. There's a lot less volume of product to be caught. And I'm concerned that in the long run, the use of light boats could be detrimental to the fishery. A great example that I was told the other day is, there's a reason that we don't use helicopters to hunt elk in Oregon. You can be very successful hunting elk without a helicopter, but you'd be really successful if you were hunting them with helicopters. And I think it's a reasonable comparison that, using a light boat does make you that much more efficient. I'd say that's about all I got.
Thank you. Go ahead.
For the record, it's pronounced Whaley.
Sorry.
That's
If it's in these constellation, people always get my name wrong.
That's fair enough. Josh Whaley, and since we all seem to be keeping score, I'm a third generation fisherman. Tally that one up. I have a few points to make, but I'll just kind of keep it simple with some of the things you've already heard today and just a different perspective. First of all, we've heard a lot about limited entry. Not going to sit here and make an argument one way or the other. However, like it's been noted, we've had 57 unique entrants, means we haven't had any meaningful conversation on whether or not we would reduce that number or keep it the same or anything like that. We look at this as he said, from a competitive standpoint, going into the future, if we continue to allow light boats, we would add 57 potentially more light boats to this fishery, 57 more props, 57 more fuel burning entities, whatever you want to call it. Anyways, when I look at this fishery and its future from a perspective of either we have, call it 20 limited entry permits, if that's the number, and we add 20 light boats on top of that, what have we really gained, right? So there would be that one. And then I think that we're all here. We've heard this perspective of, a few misguided young fishermen. I think that we're here kind of representing voices that can't be heard.
due to consequences in other fisheries down the road. So we've all been encouraged by hundreds of years of experience in this fishery in other parts that they just can't come to the light. That's why we had to make these surveys anonymous, because there are consequences for other folks in other fisheries if they come out and have an opinion that is other than what might be heard as popular. So there are those of us that I think are representing not just our own interests, but several interests, and we think that the surveys actually represent some of that. I think I'm going to leave it there, and if you guys have any questions.
I don't see questions, but I would also tell you that I'm not 100% sure what you were supporting. When I get that you're speaking for a lot of other people who don't feel at liberty to speak.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure I understand exactly what you're supporting.
Yeah, I'll be specific. The light boat prohibition. So as far as the light boat prohibition goes, all of us have teachers, influencers, guys that have helped us along in this fishery, because especially for Joe and I, both him and I are new entrants to this fishery in 2019. Jeff, yeah, he's saying in prior years, but the squid fishery in particular, we're all, locals who would be new to this fishery. And again, we've got mentors, we've got influences, just like anybody else does. And it's not, that's what I'm trying to portray, is that it's not just our, dream at home when we were watching TV that, hey, let's bring up this idea, right? This is something that we feel we are representing voices that don't feel they can have an opinion, that feel that the consequences are too great to bring those opinions to light. And so we feel we're kind of taking the hit up here, which we are.
Yeah. So, and another, I guess another way to look at it is we're sitting here talking, as you said, many voices, and some of the voices they're reluctant to come out and be vocal about it because the potentially they do fish in other areas of being blackballed by saying something. That's why the online survey and everybody else, so you didn't have to say who you were, and you're able to present to what was going out there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I'm sorry, are we all gonna get a second chance to speak?
I have to say no, because if we let you,
No?
then we have to let everybody else have a second chance as well.
What were they saying?
Sorry. Thank you,
Thank you.
and we'll have staff come back up. Thank you all. While staff is coming back up, we already have a question from Commissioner Laphart, so why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm a little disappointed that staff has punted on this decision, but I fully understand why you've punted. So I do like staff to have an opinion on this, but I completely understand why you didn't. So I do have a question though. We have advisory committees, OCRF, R&E, A&H, and when they come to us, they usually provide us with a recommendation. And I did not hear that the Market Squid Advisory Committee, did they submit a recommendation to the department and to the commission?
No, they did
They
not.
punted too.
Well, basically, you heard from several of the members of the advisory committee.
Right.
And there are very different and there are differing perspectives. And so there is no unanimous perspective that the advisory panel provided to staff on this.
So was there, like A&H, sometimes they disagree and it'll be a 5-2 vote or 7-1 vote.
We didn't take a vote.
There was nothing, so we can't get any kind of perception other than members who have testified before us today and online.
Yeah, I don't recall that we actually had a vote. You know, I mean, I can, I guess one of the things that was in my notes, you know, in terms of looking at, you know, because we had information about the catcher vessels, we could go back and look at, well, gee, are these, you know, boats, you know, eyeliners or not? And what I can say is that the, you know, the 10 boats that made up 68% of the landings were split about 60-40, right? Which is similar to what you saw in, you know, the catcher vessel survey itself, in terms of, you know, being in favor of a prohibition versus not being in favor of prohibition.
Okay.
Does that help at all? That's not the best I can do.
That doesn't help.
That's not the advisory panel.
Okay.
Those are people that provided, you know, perspective on, you know, it responded to our survey of the 57.
And I understand it
folks that
was a
we-
tough,
yeah.
sounds like it was a tough decision. It's a tough process. So
I had a follow-up question on that question,
We'll go to
which is,
do I still have, do I still have the floor?
I'm sorry, I thought you.
I'm not done.
I'm sorry, it's just a follow-up to what you just asked. And it seems, you know, and again, I'm new to these issues, but it seems like even if you had taken a vote in the market squid, what do we call it? Advisory panel, wouldn't you have also needed to get a opinion out of the crab fishermen? Right?
What we tried to do was a survey. I mean, you know, we didn't ask the advisory panel per se to vote one way or the other. We asked for their opinion, and their opinion was that providing, you know, doing these surveys was a good way to go about it.
Okay.
Because crab fishermen were part of the, you know, the online survey. There were a lot of people that said that they were involved in crab fisheries.
Right. It just seems like it's something to offer, to think about though, right?
So, you know, I do feel bad because it, you know, it bothers me a little bit that you've got the market squid advisory panel that at least we had one or two folks that testified that said, you know, there might be ramifications, or if I say something that could be, which disappoints me from the standpoint of, you know, I wish the group could have come together and said, you know, we have disagreement here, but we have an opinion, and here it is. But so I'll just leave that with what it was. So I'm not going to draw any conclusions here, but I do want to make some points. You know, first of all, I want to make a point. So there's a little bit of, I perceive, a personal attack on Commissioner Spellbrink, and I don't appreciate that. He's a commissioner. He has a viewpoint based on his professional experience, and to personally attack another commissioner, we all have our opinions on something, and so it's their opinion, and so I do have a little bit of a concern about personal attacks on commissioners. Sometimes we'll agree, sometimes we disagree, but let's all stay professional. So in drawing my conclusions here, I always try to base decisions on biology and science, and that's my first step. And I fully agree with the gentleman who talked back here. This is what we're all about, the policy that we have. And this isn't really, you know, you have, and I'll just read some stuff. Light boats only benefit a few selected seiners, creating an unfair advantage. Consider putting a moratorium on light boats use for a set during the duration, and then investigate the difference of the catch with and without light boat participation to inform the decision making. The fishery is already overregulated and does not need additional constraints. Light boats are not needed to catch squid. Light boats increase gear interactions. Light boats are necessary. Light boats make catching squid more efficient. Light boats provide fuel efficiency. Light boats provide economic opportunities. And then it has been proven that catching squid without light boats was very effective in the past. Allowing light boats will be even more jeopardize the squid fishery and put extra unnecessary pressure on squid, giving them a chance to spawn. So my point with reading those is here, it's kind of like who's talking to me, everybody has an opinion and their opinions are just as important as the other person's opinion. So for me, it comes down to almost a social decision among us, maybe a little bit of biology, it sounds like, but mainly just a social decision on where we want to go with this. So I'll be quiet for now, let the others speak, and then we can take a vote.
Thank you. And I would echo your comments about attacks. Not everybody testifying is an Oregonian, but we're all in the same boat, so to speak. So I hope people will take that comment to heart. Commissioner Spellbrink and then Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. And I guess as we step in, and I've got thick skin, it doesn't bother me too much, but I appreciate the support. I guess I didn't, from the staff presentation, it seemed like maybe it was a little bit watered down from what I read in the analysis, because what I underlined here was the catcher vessel survey was mailed to 57 seine vessels, and then down below, basically what I see as the results, it says most respondents chose a prohibition of all light boats as the preferred option. And then when it also got to the online survey, when we got to the online survey, which was open to anyone with interest in the market squid fishery, again, when it got to the results of that down further there, it says the overwhelming majority ranked prohibition of all light boats as their first choice. I guess I didn't get that feel from the staff presentation earlier, but that kind of, I think, is a little more, emphasis on what the results of the study were.
Yeah, Commissioner Spellbrink, thank you for that. I think I did say that for the online survey that it was overwhelming for all three of the options. They were overwhelming choices, and it was indeed overwhelming for prohibition of all light boats for the online survey. And you are absolutely correct that for of the three choices, 19 of 31 said no light boats.
And assuming that same group was, I think that same group included the group that represented the squid fleet. So, if there would have been a vote taken, it would have passed, I guess, for the prohibition of light boats.
The catcher vessel survey where you got the 19 from, that would have included, all of the 57 boats that have made landings in the market squid fishery. Some of them may also be crabbers as well, but that was not, we didn't ask that. We could have looked at that in particular, but I did not. We did not look specifically at the other fisheries of those 50 or the 31 that responded. So, yeah.
I'll have some more comments later on when we get to the discussion.
Then Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
The crab fisheries are one of our most important commercial fisheries, is it not? And brings in a whole lot more of economic value to Oregonians, to the commercial fishers, as well as the processors and kind of on down the line. And it sounded like the squid fishery is not being very, at times, sensitive to where people are setting their pots for crabs. So is there, one person mentioned keeping the squid fishery away from where crab fishery is dropping its pots, and is that something that has been considered by the department?
Staff have heard about the conflicts between the market squid fishery and the crab fishery for, a number of years now. And we have had both crab fishermen and market squid fishermen in our room at our, when we have the public meetings, when we, after the harvest guideline has been reached or that. And there has been discussion about, well, possibly, trying to separate, but many of the people have said what it really takes is better communication among the people that say, oh, well, there are squid in here, or, oh, we have crab pots set here. Can you go someplace else? Or is it possible that you could move your crab pots for a little while we go out to fish for squid? So those have been sort of the communication, and we've encouraged, to have better communication. We have not looked specifically at, setting geographic boundaries where squid fishery can take place or cannot take place. And that, other than, marine reserves, marine protected areas and that sort of stuff. So, yeah.
So we don't know if that would be possible.
Yeah, most of the other fisheries are open to fish in most places. There are certain places that do get closed off there has been a closed trawl area for a while, but that just got recently opened up again. So, we're getting into the spatial planning sort of concept there. And with the exception of marine reserves, marine protected areas, and that sort of stuff, we have not done that with fisheries for the most part off the coast of Oregon, or even, with the federal system. There are some exceptions, but yeah.
And limited entry, I know, was discussed before. We didn't follow through on requesting that as a commission, but is that something that the department has considered? For this fishery, the squid?
We did bring that, and there is a limited entry control date that the commission has put in place. And that was also something that we discussed with our market squid advisory panel. And we've heard, several people and even some of the comments in both the online survey and that sent to, the catcher vessels, advocated for, moving forward with a limited entry system as well. So that is something that the commission could choose to move forward with if that's the direction that we want to go. I believe that where we left it last, when we put that, or when the commission put that limited entry control date in place, was to have a look and see how things went with the fishery for, a number of years. We did have a high number of 40 boats in 1 year participating in the market squid fishery. As has been said, we have 57 unique vessels that have participated in 1 year or another since 2016. And in 2022, I believe it was 25 vessels that made landings in the market squid fishery. So it varies year to year, and when is too many? It's a good question. There are many fisheries that have gone limit entry. Oftentimes that occurs after they have been, there's been a number of years, some number of years, a pretty good record before they typically go that way. But it is something we could move forward with, and then, decisions as to how to do that would be ongoing, and there would have to be more discussion.
Thank you. We have two other commissioners who have questions for Director Melton would like to ask.
Yeah, I just want, thank you, Chair Wall. And I just want to make sure that I know several of you understand the concept of control date, but what the control date does is it establishes the date by which, if there's ever future limited entry, you had to have participation in the fishery prior to the control date. So you all have established, I believe, a control date.
Yes.
And that means that anybody who jumps in the fishery now, they're welcome to participate, but at a future time, whether it's next year or 2025, if you all go down the path of limited entry, you've got a control date that says if you joined after that date, you may not qualify for a permit. So I just want to make sure you understood why that was an important point. And then just the other thing on the, there is always gear conflict. I mean, if you've been a salmon troller, there's gear conflict between crab gear and salmon troll gear. There's gear conflict across the ocean for multiple sectors. The only way you would ever be able to essentially eliminate that, in my opinion, that gear conflict is to essentially declare some areas closed to crab fishing so that there would be space for a limited entry person, whether it be sardine or market squid. And that's not a hornet's nest I think you want to kick. I'm just being totally blunt here because and I'll defer to Commissioner Spellbrink, but I would say that probably anything, at least inside 40 fathoms is literally, there's crab gear. And if you're going to create space for a seine only area, you are going to exclude people who are currently participating. And then the squid move. There's no guarantee that the 10 square miles you set this year is actually going to be where the squid are going to show up. So I think the communication piece between industries is certainly the better approach. And sorry to jump in on that, but I just want to share those thoughts.
Let's go ahead, Commissioner Spellbrink and then Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
And that was one of my follow-up questions, was the 57 vessels that have participated in the fishery, do you know if those will all qualify under that control date?
The control date was set as, I believe it was January 1, 2022, is what I recall. So, it was, that's when it was set. So any vessel that participated before then, and I don't know if it's all 57 of those, and that's only one of the considerations when, moving forward with in terms of, you can set other criteria. That's just one of the criteria that might be set for establishing a limited entry system.
Well aware, I was a crab fisherman for 40 years.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to do my best to, make sure I hit all the points for the record.
Thank you. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, and then I have a question as well.
Yeah, I just, I want to echo what some people said. One of the things that I've been very thankful for being on this commission for almost 4 years is that there's a lot of respect on this commission among commissioners. That doesn't mean we agree. As a matter of fact, I think there's some things that we disagree on that are a pretty big deal. But there's a camaraderie, and I see other commissions in the West that don't have that. And I think that's not a healthy thing for managing fish and wildlife. It is really distasteful for me to see one of our commissioners attacked. It is also really distasteful for me to see people who are making a living on the ground, family fishermen, family farmers, family ranchers, when they attack one another. So I know that is not what this decision is about, but I know we're going to have issues in the next year or more that are, not family fishermen, but others. And I would just say, if you're treating your communities like that at home, that makes me very sad. It's not how we approach these things, and it's certainly not an effective way to approach me. Having said that, my questions are, just to reiterate, how many years have we had a squid fishery in Oregon that is serious?
Well,
serious.
again, there's been landings since the 80s, but since 2016 and nothing in 2017.
Right.
So, not a lot of years at this point.
And we're curious that these showed up, right? It has to do with heat waves and blobs and ocean conditions, and like it's not been a primary driver for the fishery for.
Yeah, moving forward, we're very likely to see the ocean continue to warm. We're very likely to see species move further north, but we're also very likely to see things change year to year. And so, the amount of resource available out here, the amount of fishing effort will very likely change year to year. And we may see very erratic sort of landings as we move forward. It's an open question as to, California is going gangbusters, this season after 3 La Nina years, right? Despite a marine heat waves. So, that's kind of.
Are people who have purchased light boats in Oregon prohibited from fishing in California if the California squid fishery is so abundant?
There's a limited entry system in California. So you have to have a permit to be a catcher vessel. You also have to have a permit to be a light boat in California. So no new participants that don't have permits or can't get those permits.
Okay. And how many light boats have we had again operating in Oregon?
So our Market Squid Advisory Panel has told us that there have been about 15 light boats that have operated in Oregon, and usually 4 to 6 in any given year. In 2022, we received logbooks from 6, which is really the only information that we have because those boats are not making landings. So we don't get fish tickets from them, but we do get logbooks from them.
So do we have an idea of how many of those are Oregon boats?
I cannot tell you right off the top of my head. I probably could do a little bit of looking it up. I probably have that information on my computer back there and could.
I guess my question about that is back to the point that I made last year when we brought this up is, we want to catch people before they make a big investment, right? It's really expensive to invest in this kind of, technology if we don't have, if we're gonna close it down, right? So it's just curious to me. I'm just curious about what the investment looks like out there so far across the board.
I know that there's one boat in Newport that just invested in getting lights, for fishing this year.
Yeah.
So I don't know about others.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have as well. The only other one was, I am confused about your survey. And so you said 19 of the 31 were for prohibition of.
That's correct. Yes.
19 of 31 fishermen were opposed to keeping the light boats?
Yeah, they were for the prohibition.
They were for the prohibition.
Prohibiting all light boats, yes.
Yeah,
And then the
right.
other two were some combination of either allowing all or allowing some. And those totaled 15. I think it was 10 and 5. 10 that said allow all and 5 that said allow some. So, you know, it's kind of a, well, if you look at it as either there are some light boats or there are no light boats, then that's kind of, that's how I put it. That's how Commissioner Spellbrink said I watered it down, and that is indeed the case. I did combine those two. Again, it's kind of like a third party, you know, it's like, well, if two of them have similar, sometimes the vote gets divided and neither one of them, you know, shows a large portion. And so I thought that that was a fair way, but again, I think the numbers were very clear on the graph itself, but the bullet point combined those two. So I think it was, 19, 10, and 5.
Thank you. Thank
I'd have to
you.
look again.
Then we have Commissioner Laphart, and then I would like to.
Well, just less than 30 seconds. So I want to speak to you for today. I want to thank you for being here today. I'm sure you have other things to do besides sit through a 4-hour meeting today listening about electronic licensing systems and beavers and access and habitat board, and you'd rather be on the ocean. So I just want to thank you. We appreciate the virtual testimony too, but you made the trip over here today, and we appreciate it when people do show up in person. So I want to just thank you for that.
Thank you. I have a question first and then a couple of just general points. One is on the number of boats are on limited entry. When would this issue in the course of things be back in front of us on light boats and the managing the fishery? Is there any other issue that would bring this back to us next year or the year after?
We don't necessarily need to come, we don't have a current plan for coming back before the commission at present. If we were directed to do something or come back, we would certainly be here.
The reason I bring it up, and this is maybe more for the commission even than, is that if we didn't tell the public that we would act on limited entry, and so it seems like we can't do that today probably, but we could direct that we hear about limited entry in a year, since we do have the control date and that sort of thing in place. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear that we talked about it. One of the things, and this is a little bit different than a couple of the other commissioners have said, I couldn't agree more with the comments about it's important to keep these respectful and not be attacking each other. The other thing is particularly disheartening to know that you're in a position of voting on something that's going to hurt somebody economically. Several of us live in small towns. You know what that looks like. If you live in a big town, you know just as well what that looks like. And in this case, it's hard to see an answer to these questions today without hurting somebody economically, either damaging to gear or damaging to an investment already made. And those are just heartening, difficult decisions. So I hope people know that it's not, that we don't make those lightly. For my view of this, in terms of just looking at it, it's almost like this is one of the places where precautionary principle counts some, which is we need to figure this out before we get more people into the industry, and somebody will be damaged one way or the other, but it would be more useful, I think, to make the decision today than put this off. Difficult as it is. And I don't think I had other questions. So is somebody, Commissioner Hatfield, hi, did you have one more thing you want to say? Is somebody ready to put a motion on the table so that we can discuss that motion? Or Commissioner Spellbrink, would you?
Yeah, I thought, I didn't know what point we were going to lead staff up or what, but I guess I have some points maybe that I just go through here, and then
Okay.
I'm more than happy to make a motion.
If you would like to make points, go ahead, and we can give other commissioners the same option. So why don't we do that?
Sounds good. Yeah, well, one thing I think with the perception, especially with maybe some of the people that testify online, that maybe the Oregon guys came to me and said, hey, this is what we want, and that's not what happened. I just thought I might go back and when I kind of saw this issue coming up, there's a very successful retired fisherman. He's in his 80s now, but he fished squid in California. He had a squid permit in California, which I don't know if he sold or not, but he had said, I think it was like $1 million what a squid permit's worth in California. And and he fished, in fact, some of these landings you'll see here in the 80s or whatever, in this diagram page 6, it shows the market squid, some of the landings made there in the 80s and the 90s. I'm guessing some of those were made by him because he also fished up here. And he'd bring his boat up here when the squid fishery was over in California, not here. And so, I mean, I knew he had a whole bunch of experience with the squid fishery both in California and here. So one of the first things I did was contact him and ask him about his opinion on these things. And it's kind of interesting because some of the things he brought up, we heard the greed word here. Well, he used that word too, and he just, when I asked him his opinion on light boats, his opinion was, my opinion was we don't need them here. He said he played that game in California and he said, we can catch them here without them. And that was, anyway. And then I certainly asked some of the folks here, the Oregon fishermen, like Josh Whaley and Joe Mulkey, for their opinions, because I've known the families, very successful families in the fishing industry, responsible for pounds and pounds of trawl, crab, shrimp. I mean, they've been in all the fisheries and they're well respected. They're really good at what they do. So I respect their opinions, and that's why I went and asked them for their opinion. They didn't come to me. I asked them for their opinion. So I just wanted to get that kind of up front. Anyway, and just some other information here. Oregon's kind of the tail that wags the dog as far as the squid fishery. I pulled up this information on this California squid fishery, and they have a catch limit down there of 260 million pounds is what it says here in this pamphlet I have. And I think, like I say, our biggest year has been just under 11, between 10 and 11 million. So it kind of tells you the difference. And it has a vessel capacity of 55 purse seiners. And, we've already got 57 here possibly that might be in line for limited entry permit. They also have 18 braille or scoop boats. Those are boats that basically just light the water and then scoop the squid out of the water. And then there's 34 light boats. So that's 55 seiners and 34 light boats for a fishery that has a catch limit of 260 million pounds. So it kind of gives you an example of what they have versus what we have here so far. Hopefully that'll change and we'll be able to catch more here. I think, our catch rates in that 2020 season, that was so good. Most of that was caught without light boats. So I think we've proven that we can catch them. When the population of squid here is abundant, we can catch them without the light boats. If the use of light boats is allowed, the competitive nature of the fishery will force the majority of serious fishermen to use light boats. I know from talking to, Joe has used one already, and that's the first thing. If light boats are allowed, I guarantee you that Josh and all the successful fishermen will have light boats, so that will increase. And currently, I know from a lot of the areas they were fishing, the productive areas will not support a large increase in the use of light boats without creating a conflict. There's already been complaints, I know I received them, of, a boat anchoring on the spot and holding that spot basically and saying, this is my spot, you can't fish here, only the boat that I'm fighting for can fish here. So I know there's already been conflicts with that, and those will just increase if we allow it. Anyway, I just see this as an opportunity to be proactive. I was involved my whole life in crab fishery, and, it seems like we always waited until a fishery was overcapitalized before we reacted to it. And then it's always a lot more difficult. In the crab fishery, there was lots of people fishing up to 1,500 pots, and now, we had to, when we did the pot limitations, we're down to 500 pots at the top limit. So, if you let things go, they will continue to go. And I think, we have a good chance that we will see overcapitalization. I agreed with some of the testimony from online that probably, 15, if there was 15 to 20 boats in the fleet, it probably might be, productive to be able to use light boats. But with as many boats as we have fishing now, and you have that kind of light boats, that number of light boats, I just don't see that's acceptable. Anyway, and one thing about it, I would agree that it's probably a good idea to revisit this every few years as ocean conditions change and the fishery develops. And, maybe if we could even, there might be ways to make regulations down the road where on years when only, certain, you could basically check in and out of the fishery so they would know how many boats are in the fishery. And if there was under a certain amount of boats, like in that 10 to 20 range, then maybe, the use of light boats would be acceptable. But I just don't see it with you're going to have a fleet of 50-some vessels. And I guess that's all I have to say. I'm still, still make the motion to prohibit the use of light boats. I'll let if there's any more.
Thank you. That was comprehensive and helpful. Other people have points or comments or questions?
No, just thank you, Bob. That was helpful. And I think I agree with everyone. We're all different in this world, but the attacking is not an option. So we all support you on that, I think, universally. So thank you.
So it sounded, thank you all. It sounded like we are ready for a motion, and it sounded.
Oh,
I didn't see her.
I don't even see Kathy.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Commissioner Khalil, go ahead.
Hi, sorry.
No, that's great.
The voice from this.
I had to go off video, but I've been I've been nodding along. I really appreciate Commissioner Spellbrink's insights on this, and also Commissioner Labhart, what you said about the biology of it being less critical at this point than the social part of it. So I just know that I wanted to just pipe in and say that those points particularly struck me in this decision, and thinking about making this decision now versus waiting until, as Commissioner Spellbrink says, we're facing another overcapitalized industry.
Thank you. And now I think we're ready for a motion.
Yeah. I move to amend OAR 635 Division 004 and 005 to adopt the fishery management measures as proposed in attachment 3.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to amend OAR 635 Division 004 and 005 as just read into the record. Any further comments, questions, or points?
I guess just to confirm that for the record, that means we are prohibiting the use of light boats.
We are prohibiting the use of light boats, and we are adopting the definition of seine skiff as was in the rule packet that you have seen. Yes.
Thank you.
So let's have a voice vote, if you will, please.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Khalil,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Labhart, Spellbrink,
Yes.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. And just before we leave this, please, may I get a quick sense of the commission? Would you like to hear next year about limited entry? Would you like this to be brought back to you? Does anybody? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that it looks to me like it's something that needs to be examined for this fishery. just so it doesn't become an old rush type situation. And we manage the, market, squid so that, it's a sustainable fishery, so that we know for sure.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Just for clarification purposes, I'd like to know, so that staff can work to fulfill the request. The request was a little bit, shall I say, maybe a little soft. I'm sorry, Chair, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, but I wasn't clear if you want us to bring back a rule package or just a proposal for conditions to, requirements for limited entry, or what the right number is, or, I mean, there's a lot that goes into limited entry and that. And so I'm trying to get a clear picture of what you're asking staff to do.
Maybe both.
Yeah, I'd say maybe both. We would need to know about the conditions. I mean, examine what limited entry would provide, and what would be the cycles for limited entry. I haven't done it myself, so I can't instruct you on that. I think
So
the department's much better.
the number of, essentially a number of boats and what it takes to qualify to be part of that limited entry, to get a limited entry permit.
Taking the species into account and its value for as forage fish.
Sure.
Can I add just a thought to that? I mean, I guess I'm pretty interested in the numbers that Commissioner Spellbrink shared about California and the kind of the balance of boats and things based on the amount of squid. It seems like it is something we should look at.
Yes. And that one would be, so is there a way that you want to say that specifically, what you're looking for?
Well, there's a reason California came to the balance they have with the poundage there, right?
With multiples of what we have.
With multiples of, I don't know how to say it. I mean, it's the kind of thing that Commissioner Spellbrink should say, not somebody who ranches out in the middle of the desert. I don't know.
Yeah, they're, you said 260 million pounds. Again, I usually think in metric tons because I work most often with the Pacific Fishery Management Council, but I think it's 118 metric tons is their cap. They cap it at 118 metric tons. It's not that they couldn't necessarily catch more than that in a good year, but that is where it's actually capped. And then they went through, extensive process for their limited entry system. They also, put in a complete fishery management plan, and we have, considered, doing something along those lines. We have not had the staff capacity to do that. We have tried to attract, get some assistance in terms of, there's various programs as policy scholars and things like that. And, oftentimes they're given a choice of a number of different things. We've put in packages for that in the past. And a lot of times somebody says, oh, well, gee, I can work with a congressman. And so it's someone doing policy has often chosen that over what we have put out there. So the staff capacity to develop that market squid fishery management plan, if that's where we wanted to go. You guys are specifically talking about, I'm just saying in California, the two of them kind of came at the same time, right? The fishery management plan and the limited entry program that they put in place. And it took a number of years to develop it, and a lot of public input and things like that. we can reach out to our Market Squid Advisory Panel to get input on, numbers for, what, but again, we've seen the resource, or at least the catch, go up and down. And there is some information that we can get independently about, that the folks that did those surveys, they're continuing to do those surveys. Those are NOAA fishery surveys. And, there's input as to what they're getting on those fishery independent surveys. But the squid that they catch are, that's incidental. They're targeting salmon. So it's not perfect, but there's some information there too.
If I could summarize what I think we just heard from the commission, I would like to do that in terms of direction so that as best we can,
that'd be
we would
great.
have that. But John, it looks like you have a point first.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall. Just before we go on to the direction on the previous motion and vote, maybe council could clarify the effective date when that would go into effect, if it's on passage, or do we need to include a date?
For the rule.
Correct.
Upon filing.
On filing. Okay, thank you.
I was wondering if we could get some advice from Director Melcher on this as well. Just
Let me tell you what I wrote down that
Okay.
folks said, and then we'll get the advice, and then we'll clarify our direction. What I wrote down is that we would like information on the number of boats, what it takes to qualify, the condition of the species, and looking into why California has the approach it has. And so I think that we need to, with any direction like this, provide the recognition that you may get into this and come back to us and say, we would like to do an interim report rather than immediate rules. And we would recognize that that would make perfect sense to do that if as you get into it, you find out that you need to come back for an interim report and ask whether we want to proceed with rules. But you, what would you like?
Well, the only thing I would say is, of course, we have a very full agenda for the next year, or perhaps even two, with the Wolf Plan, which is not going to be a light lift, Mule Deer Plan, the annual, just all the annual requirements of you all related to everything from big game to recreational fishing to game bird regulations. So I just want to have maximum flexibility when it comes down to when are we coming back. I frankly, I don't think there's urgency. You've established a control date. I would say that, just from my perspective, limited entry always sounds great, but it's never really the solution. And I think Commissioner Spellbrink agrees with me. And the main reason is because it's very hard, and most limited entry goes through legislative processes too. We have a few that are commissioned and adopted, but most go through legislative processes. And it's very hard to tell people that, well, you made the control date, but you didn't land, 10 metric tons. So you only landed 9.9 metric tons. So you don't qualify. Sorry. So which means that they generally end up having more permits than perhaps are necessary. And then that has its whole other host of issues. So when you talk about entering a fishery, if you have to buy $1 million permit, that's a heavy lift particularly for young people entering fisheries. So anyway, but that's all stuff we can talk about later.
Okay. So we have general direction to you and may need different time schedule than we talked about, and we may need you to come back and tell us, we want an interim report rather than immediate rules. Does that work? Commissioner Spellbrink?
I just had one more comment on the light boats, is that I am not against the use of light boats in the fishery. I just think it's unacceptable at the level it's at right now.
Thank you. So with that, I thank you very much, and to the people who testified both online and here. We are adjourned for our regular meeting. We do have an executive meeting. I think we've had lunch here for a while waiting for us, so we'll do lunch first and then executive session if that works. You have any problem with that?
No.
Okay.
You're right, you have.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Did that make sense? What we're doing?
Yes, I understand that we will be bringing something back to you, and it may be a interim report on what we've found, which to me sounds like really the better of the two options, quite frankly, but that's just my personal opinion. And then, you know, we will look into get input from our panel and, you know, and public meetings as well to try to get some information to provide to you.
Okay, good.
And
Thanks.
possibly a package, you know,
Thank
as
you.
we move forward.
So we are,
Yes.
sometimes I think we're not completely clear.
That's why we gave them the
We've
option.
gotten some feedback
Don't-
like that.
Yeah. Don't leave yet. Thank you very much. We're adjourned for that part. I would like to, if you'll bear with me, read into the record the part for executive session, and it will be in the other room, not in here. So the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission will now meet in executive session to review and evaluate the employment-related performance of the chief executive officer of a public body who does not request an open hearing as authorized by ORS 192.6602I. We also will consider information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection as authorized by ORS 192.6602F, and to consult with legal counsel concerning legal rights and duties of a public body regarding current litigation or litigation likely to be filed as authorized by ORS 192.6602H. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. All other members of the audience are asked not to attend the meeting. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on any of the deliberations during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decision will be made in executive session. At the end of the executive session, we will return to open session and welcome the audience back into the room, but I will tell you it will be just to adjourn our meeting. Thank you all.